May I have your attention? May I please have your attention? Super Sundays. Yeah, baby. We're back at it again. Let's get it.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Let's get it. What's up, everybody, and welcome to another edition of Sir Hale Speaks Super Sundays. I'm glad that you're here. I wanted to take a moment to tell you guys how much I appreciate you. We've been doing these shows for months now, and you guys have been showing up consistently as we take on and we tackle different challenges and different topics. So I appreciate it. But here's what we're trying to do going forward. We want to grow this audience to people who need to hear content like this. And so we need your help. How can you help us? That's a fantastic question. Be sure to make sure you hit that like button. Be sure to subscribe and make sure you hit that notification bell for all of the content that we have, particularly Super Sundays. All right, guys, sit back, relax, enjoy. Make sure you invite somebody to Sir Hale Speaks Super Sundays. We're getting ready to go in. We're going to have a good time. Happy Sunday, everybody. Let's get to the show.
Go dummy, go beast, oh no. I go beast, go deep, I OD, oh no. Apply pressure, put heat, oh no. Put that 500 degrees, oh no. 500 degrees, go dummy, go beast, oh no. I go beast, go deep, I OD, oh no. Apply pressure, put heat, oh no. Put that 500 degrees, oh no. 500 degrees. Down, levitate, going up, elevate. Watch me demonstrate. On time, never late. I grind, celebrate. No pump, fake, hesitate. I've been scoring every day. Champagne, Perrier. Since 9-3, been in the box, now I'm stepping up home. Like straight out the sand lot, and I'm plotting on the globe. I work hard, I show love, that calm and steady grind. Got this far, I go hard, let God take control. I was starving skinny, now my weight up, got no energy for haters. See you trying, see you later. I'm shooting for the stars, need no laser beam, blowing like the greatest, but it's one who's always greater. Go dummy, go beast, oh no. I go beast, go deep, I OD, oh no. Apply pressure, put heat, oh no. Put that 500 degrees, oh no. 500 degrees, go dummy, go beast, oh no. I go beast, go deep, I OD, oh no. Apply pressure, put heat, oh no. Put that 500 degrees, oh no. Smell good, skin clear. This here my year. Hey, look up here. This here my tier. Same fit 4 days. I grind 4 ways. I play no games. All me, no blame. On the wave, my own wave. Can't stop my shine. In the lane, my own lane. Can't stop my grind. 40 yard in the V12 and like 1.5. At 19, I cleared 19 in a month, no lie. Oh God. I was starving skinny, now my weight up, got no energy for haters. See you trying, see you later. I'm shooting for the stars, need no laser beam, blowing like the greatest, but it's one who's always greater. Go dummy, go beast, oh no. I go beast, go deep, I OD, oh no. Apply pressure, put heat, oh no. Put that 500 degrees, oh no. 500 degrees, go dummy, go beast, oh no. I go beast, go deep, I OD, oh no. Apply pressure, put heat, oh no. Put that 500 degrees, oh no. 500 degrees.
Let's get it, everybody. Likes up, subscribe. Let's get it.
Coming to you live from a place where nobody else know to take it. They hand out, they want us to split the pie, right? Cause they realize that we gone crazy. Yeah, I flipped my pie, really did that 180. Yeah, I flipped my pie, really did that 180. Young niggas coming to you live from a place where nobody else know to take it. They hand out, they want us to split the pie, right? Cause they realize that we gone crazy. Yeah, I flipped my pie, really did that 180. Yeah, I flipped my pie, really did that 180.
Who's that gon' tell me I can't do it? Better be on time with my bankroll. Talk fat, no ball cat, no lit word. Routine like clockwork, my wrist word.
I flourish the cook, got no roof on it. I'm taunting, I'm all in the moment. Everything lit, I don't miss. Tell someone get John on the line, say the invoice is coming. I'm thumbing through stacks of that cold ball. They egging me on, so I'm going off. I got them mad, I show off. They treating my life like it's no law. I never flex above my means. I spit the cream on my tribe, don't I? Don't bone me, don't know me, you not regime. To the one with the condom, my eye is on it. Yeah. I see you move through the base, they precaution, they snaking, they seeing me. Money tree, wake up the royalties. I got a queen, yeah, she go with me. She making me feel like I'm royalty. It's probably cause we royalty. I just got fresh with the golden piece. Shrug, show the emoji, okay. You know it's me, diamond soul, dancing, singing like Jodeci. 10 out of 10 every time till they notice me. What you thought I was supposed to be. Ain't nobody close to me. Granted, my hits touch the billboards, and they printing my face on the billboard. They envy my drip, I'm enlightened. You should let go of that hate, but you feel more. I make them rage every time they get flame when they hear what I say, coming straight from the source, yeah. I come a long way from the coast by the shore, my boy, I'm enjoying this. Young kids coming to you live from a place where nobody else know to take it. They hand out, they want us to spit the pie, right? Cause they realize that we gone crazy. Yeah, I flip my pie, really did that 180. Yeah. I flip my pie, really did that 180.
Who's that gon' tell me I can't do? I can't do. Better be on time with my bankroll. Talk fat, no ball, can't.
And now, your host, Sir Hale Speaks. What's good, everybody? Welcome to another edition of Super Sunday. What's up, everybody? How you guys feel?
Feeling good.
Yes, sir.
Super blessed, brother. How are you?
Glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
Excellent. Good to see you guys. I see Kiki trying to join. Kiki, you there?
I'm here. I'm just in my car.
Oh, fantastic. Good to see you. All right, y'all, let's do this real quick. Our fans show up every single Sunday. So can we take a few moments? I'm going to put up the chat. Can everybody just salute everybody I put up on the screen?
Hey, yo, Wally.
Wally, what up, brethren? What up, Wow? Oh.
What's up, Daryl?
What up, D-Long? Lady Navoe's in the building. Navoe. See, I've been saying it. I get everybody's name wrong.
Lady Navo.
Shout out to Common Senses in the building. Salute to Ricky Webster in the building. Take heed to the message. It's in the building.
Miss Take Heed.
Yep, that's her. Shout out to We in V. I'm not sure what that is, but good to see you. Thanks for being here. Moses is in the building. What's going on, D. Sousa? Knowledge and Relationships, Randy K. Harris Tribe. Oh, they in the building.
The Harris Tribe.
Yep. Sir Charles already started off with the 499. I just want to kick it off the gate. Salute. I appreciate that. A shout out to, listen, guys, the one of the only Brandon L. Jett. He says, may I have your attention? May I have your attention? Appreciate you, man. Glad to see you.
Sir Hale Speaks.
Sir Hale Speaks in the building. What's going on, Randy K? Tamika, good to see you. Take heed with the 5-piece as well. She says, you are the truth. Thank you. I appreciate you. Much love to you. Y'all know Isaiah Excel is in the building. What's going on, fam? Good to see you. Red Lipstick Vibes is in the building. Eugene Steele is in the building. Ruthless Media is in the building.
Now, I like that content creator. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, he decent for what it is. You know what I'm saying? If you just need something to do, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Saeda's in the building. Good to see you. Saeda. Shout out to Jill's. Jill is in the building. Dr. Vaughn is in the building. Quincy Frierson. All right, guys, I think we got a packed house. I think we're ready to start the show, guys. But before we do this, I got to ask you guys a really important question. How was your week?
It was off the chain. The food was good. Nothing was dry.
No fights at the family.
Around there.
Nothing
was
dry.
Trojans won, my Warriors won, and my Raiders won. Can't tell me nothing this week.
I wish I could brag like that, Tommy. I wish I could, but I can't. All right, guys, good. So you guys know what time it is. We start the show off, and what do? We jump into some shenanigans. So we're gonna jump right in today, and we're gonna hit it. Let's hear what Andrew Tate has to say.
As a man, the woman you choose is a huge representation of you.
Yeah,
right?
it's a reflection.
Do you agree with that? That's your chick. If you're going to introduce her to people,
yes.
That's my chick, that's my wife, etc. If 100 men have fucking used her and thrown her away before you, how can you say I have something special?
Because that doesn't define you.
Didn't want her, and I do. If 100 people pick up a sandwich and go, no, and I pick it up off the floor and go, yes, Finally, the best them. That's not how the world works, right? This is the unfortunate reality of the world. And scarcity and value are the same thing. Why is gold valuable? Because it's hard to find gold. If there was gold all over the street, it was on every street corner, it wouldn't have a value, right? So if you're a girl that everyone's had, your value is going to be destroyed. Your value as a woman comes from the fact that people want you and cannot have you. Period. Your value does not come from the fact that everyone wants you and everyone's had you. So the number one thing a man's looking for is a woman who can stand next to him that every single man wants and not a single man can say, I've had. Yep. That is why we are interested in chaste, virgins, etc.
What do you guys think about what he said? Do you guys agree? Let's start with Sir Charles.
Hell yeah. First of all, I am pleased that you brought up an Andrew Tate quote or clip, because I've essentially been saying a lot of these things that he's saying right now. I've been saying them forever, but he has the audience and he articulates it better than I do. But essentially, we're more concerned about a woman's past, whereas a woman is concerned about our future. And that's a reflection of who we are based on the woman that we pull. Now, if every man had this woman, there's no honor to me to have this woman because she's easy. That's easy work. The measure of a man, when he has a woman that every man wants but can't have, that's a different type of feel. So yeah, I agree with that brother wholeheartedly, man, and he's on point right there.
Yeah, somebody got some feedback. Somebody got something. But yeah, man, proceed. What you got?
Yeah, I have mixed feelings about Andrew Tate. One of the many reasons is because he dwells so much on the fact that everything he's saying is factual in a very linear way. Like there's nothing wrong about what he's saying. He's absolutely correct. You know? So it's easy to take some of those points. Precisely, it's easy to identify that most men, right, of course, wouldn't want everyone to have shared his wife, right? So I don't have much context on what he said, but what he said is facts. It's really that simple, you know? But that's simple. We'll get to it later.
All right, Tommy B, what's your thought on what you heard?
I think, like you said,
yeah, Mr. and Mrs. He said, she said. We're gonna circle back after to Tony right after you guys. But what was your thoughts on what you heard?
First. Yeah, I didn't detect any lies there. Only because, you know, past is absolutely important in regards to how a man looks at a woman. I kind of analogize it with a door and a key. Any door, you know, that can be opened by any key is a crappy lock. And, you know, I'll leave it right there.
Miss, she said, you got something on this?
Oh man, that was an interesting clip. I appreciate the gentleman's perspective. Mine is a little different because I'm a female, so I don't see it, of course, as you guys see it. You do have to pick wisely. Again, we give the access to vagina, and you guys absolutely are the person who decides if marriage happens. So it's on you to pick the right lady that's going to subscribe to your purpose. You know, so it's important for you guys to vet properly.
Podcast. What's up, ma'am? Did you see the clip?
This motherfucker.
Unfortunately, I didn't. I was having some technical difficulties over here for the first time.
Okay.
But
no worries, man. I'm saying it in a bachelor pay. Let me play it again for you, my brother, and let's get your thoughts on what Andrew Tate has to say about this.
As a man, the woman you choose is a huge representation of you.
Yeah,
right?
it's a reflection.
Do you agree with that? That's your
Yes.
chick. If you're going to introduce her to people,
Yes.
that's my chick, that's my wife, etc. If 100 men have fucking used her and thrown her away before you, How can you say I have something special?
Because that doesn't define you.
Didn't want her, and I do. If 100 people pick up a sandwich and go, no, and I pick it up off the floor and go, yes, finally, the best sandwich. That's not how the world works, right? This is the unfortunate reality of the world. And scarcity and value are the same thing. Why is gold valuable? Because it's hard to find gold. If there was gold all over the streets, it was on every street corner, it wouldn't have a value, right? So if you're a girl that everyone's had, your value is going to be destroyed. Your value as a woman comes from the fact that people want you and cannot have you. Period. Your value does not come from the fact that everyone wants you and everyone's had you. So the number one thing a man's looking for is a woman who can stand next to him that every single man wants and not a single man can say, I've had.
What's your thought on what you just heard?
Sir Hale, you're not gonna believe this. I couldn't hear absolutely nothing.
The feminist blocking this from going. I knew it was going to happen. I anticipated this. I anticipated it. Okay.
What I'm about to do is I'm about to switch to the computer, and I'm hoping that gives me a different effect. But can you just give me kind of a gist of what he said? So
yeah, effectively. And I'll say it in the words of Sir Charles and Brother Mr. He said. Brother Mr. He said is real country. I said that. I'm sorry about that. So essentially, a woman who's been used up by a lot of different gentlemen, her value is tied into her sort of purity, right? The fewer she's had, the more valuable she is. He's making a case for that point. What's your thought on that?
I mean, in a sense, I would want to agree with that. But not every man is looking for the same thing. And I think that we probably, in 2023, we need to get to a point where we as men can start to be honest. I'm not even trying to quantify it. If you force me to quantify it, I will. But men like whores. They do. We could pretend like we don't, but I mean, even when you're young and you're trying to get the girl to give you some, well, guess what? If she not the one that wants to give you some, you ain't even giving no attention. You're gonna move on to the next girl. And when we know which girl is the easy girl, we tend to go after those girls. You say she do what? Okay, cool. Let me go get my turn too. So in reality, men do like whores. So I mean, but it depends on what kind of man you are. If you're a politician, CEO type, you want to be able to take your woman into certain rooms, you know, and you don't want some sort of reputation to follow her into that room with you, then you might not care, you know, you might not be obliged to deal with that type of woman. But if you're just somebody that's on your own doing your thing, and you want somebody that make fun home, that's gonna swing from the chandeliers, as they say with you, you probably would be okay with dating somebody who had, I don't want to say a plethora of men, right? Y'all see how I threw plethora in there, showing y'all what that Chicago education do, son. But you might not want somebody that had a plethora of men, but somebody that has experience, and they do things that show you that they are bringing a level of experience to the table with them. You probably won't care as much.
Okay, I can respect that. We're gonna cook on that point though. So Kiara, what's your perspective on what you heard?
My perspective is that yes, I do agree with him, and I also agree with Mr. He said that when it comes to trying to build a relationship, things that has been done in your past that you might think that will destroy your relationship when someone else brings it up and you haven't brought it up to your significant other, most definitely should be brought up in the beginning, like just so it won't be no bad blood or you don't feel like you were hiding anything, because hiding outrageous things in a relationship can be really, really stressful and strainful on a relationship, because then that person feels like you're lying to them because he never knew that, and then he or she feels as though they don't know you.
Okay, I'm gonna circle back to that, but after everybody responds, I'm gonna reverse the question to see if women care the same way. Saida, what's your perspective on what you heard?
I think he's right. He's right. However, I like the I can hear more echo. Do you hear the feedback?
Yep, it should be clear.
All right, thank you. So I have an analogy similar to what he said about the food, and I'm pretty sure we all can relate to this. Have you been into that situation where, like, you shouldn't be eating unhealthy food, like junk food, and you cannot blame the restaurants for existing? It's your accountability. So I agree with Little Podcast, remaining accountable for the type of food that you put into your body. That's what you end up becoming. And, that's just like he said, hey, she's the representation, but she will also become your reflection. So if you are a good man, she will be that reflection of you. That's it.
Okay, well, I see where you're going with this. AR, what's your perspective? And Tommy B, then we coming to you.
Well, what Andrew Tate spoke on is a 4.2 billion-dollar market, dating market, which they studied. So what he's saying is not just what he's saying and what we're saying on a panel. It's actually a study, a $1 billion industry study that men that want with Little Podcast is talking about. That's just for the night, right? Or just someone to have fun with. But if you want to take someone that's more serious, the woman past, because the past does represent who you are. It matters a lot. So Andrew Tate, what he's saying is not just he's going off for whatever or just going off of another talking point. There's actually $1 billion evidence of men around the world what men pay for when they pay like a coach to find them a marriage partner or a wife or spouse. When they fill out the criteria, the body count is what you can never really tell, but the body count is really what's important, and that's why the age matters. Over 30 years old, typically, whatever number she tells you times 10.
So you're assuming that the more she ages, the more experience she has, is essentially what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I know it's not in every case, but
generally speaking, the more time, the more experience. Okay. Yeah. Tell me, B, what's your perspective on this?
Just throw the audio away.
I'd like to jump in like double dutch right fast, if I can, please. Just to offer a little pushback to my brother podcast notion that men like whores. I disagree with that. Men don't like whores. Men like women who are going to acquiesce to our program. Having been blessed to be in a position to take a woman's virginity and actually be a woman's second guy that she's been with, essentially, those experiences were awesome because those women did what I wanted them to do. That doesn't label them a whore necessarily. They did what I wanted them to do. Men don't necessarily need experience. Men just want a woman that's going to do the nasty crap that he wants her to do. And she's going to listen and she's going to follow instructions. And so the experience with men are masculine men, I should say. Masculine men are teachers by nature. Oh, we can show you how to get down. And that being said, no experience necessary when you apply within.
So I understand.
Yeah, it's still messed up, Tommy B.
Somebody was trying to talk.
No, you go ahead.
I understand where. No, let me help you a little bit before you go podcast, right? I'm agreeing with podcast a little bit because I detect simpleton, like I said in the chat. Like, these things are not this simple. Like, men just want this and want that and want that. The reality is, it's not exactly that. And people will say, oh yeah, they just want them for a night. They don't want them for... But the truth is that they end up being with them. They end up impregnating those people and then staying with them and then come back and cry wolf about it later. And some of them actually stay and find a way to make it work. We don't talk about all of that when we're making all this mathematical equation that seems linear in nature. That's not how life works. It's just not the reality, okay? In terms of when we're running our mouth, what we want, you're right. A man generally would want somebody that nobody has ever had, right? But we also know that men settle, sometimes not a bad thing, right? Sometimes a bad thing for the situation they find themselves in. In this space, we also tend to tell people that when somebody get pregnant for you, marry them. We tend to say that sometimes. That's not necessarily the person you want, but you slept with them. They got pregnant, and you found a space in you to say, you know what, I'm just going to deal with this. Some people do that without end up in this space. That's the reality of life. So when I hear someone like an Andrew Tate make linear statements like that, it's lack of experience in terms of how life actually works. That's what I detect. He didn't tell any lie.
My father would beat my ass if I married a hoe. He would.
At what age?
He would. It don't matter. He would literally beat my ass if I married a hoe.
Sounds crazy.
Impossible.
How would he know?
Am I still freezing up?
Slightly, yeah. It's right. It's right. Yep. It's going in and it's going out. Your audio is okay, but definitely hearing that.
How would your dad know she's a hoe?
Exactly. I like to know too.
You told him?
I'm pretty sure just like I would know she's a hoe.
No, typically our fathers are not in the same circle.
Well, I mean,
But,
like the thing about
I
it is
have a
that we're not
question.
gonna-
I have a
actually,
question.
Hold on. You can. I'm never gonna know if she was a you know what unless I grew up with her, right? I mean, you can ask a woman what's her body count. I don't advise you to do it. None of your business. I don't look at. It's just the way she would carry herself. So if he were to see a few things out of place, that would be very concerning for him. But flat out, she's a hey, Dad, I know she cheated on me before, but we're gonna work this shit out, and I'm gonna marry her. It's an ass whooping waiting to happen, man.
Well, the only way your father would know that she's a whore, actual whore, is for you to tell him. Typically, our fathers aren't in the same circles, and that being said, if you're feeling this woman in this way, meaning you value her in a way, why would you be telling your father anything?
If she's a whore, why would I be with her though?
No, you said, hold on.
That was exactly my point. That was my point. Because you said if I marry a hoe,
marry a hoe.
No, but
Yeah, if
this
I
is my
marry a
point.
hoe-
Because when you say if I marry a hoe, my father will beat my ass. I'm like, why would you do
My
that?
father,
If
because
you're-
why? Because
No, no,
the
no,
reason
no.
why
Wait,
my
wait,
marriage.
wait. This
No,
is-
hold on. The reason why my marriage is currently lasting because I allow my father to vet her, and I've been open with him with certain things, not with her some of her personal business, but I allow him to vet her. Like her father.
I'll say this.
vetted me.
I'll say this. Everything you just said corresponds with the person that will attract a whore and marry them. Everything you just said corresponds with that. It's the kind of guy that will go tell their father that, she cheated on me once upon a time. I'm with a whore. And your father don't even trust your ass. And yes, he will beat your ass. It corresponds all together.
Because he gonna trust your decision making.
So the thing I want.
I've never been divorced for a reason.
Yeah, podcast, you're good, bro.
Ooh, I like what you did right there. That was clever.
So hold on. Let me ask you this question though. You said you've never been divorced. How old were you when you got married?
I've been married for 7 years. No, 8 years. Going on 8 years. It's 8 years.
That was clever.
How old were you when you
29.
got married?
29.
29. Okay. So one of the arguments that I would make is that men spend a lot of their life sleeping with whores, chasing multiple women who will give it up easy. They want to have sex with them on the first night, and then they'll go get married. And then after they get married, they'll cheat on their wife with whores. So I'm not saying that men are sitting down saying, okay, I want to get married. Let me see. Can cook, check. Pretty feet, check. Whore, check. I'm not saying that. You know what I'm saying? But if you Google it, depending on which website you want to believe, the average Black woman gets married between 30 and 32 years old for the first time. The average Black woman has her first child at 22 years old. So men are marrying women with experience, just off the numbers alone. I'm not saying experience makes you a whore, right? Because we already determined what people think of the word whore. I use it the way I use it, just in case. I use it the same way somebody would use slut. So just in case people were wondering, right? I don't like slut for whatever reason, so I just use whore. It's in the Bible, whoremongerer, right? So
let's get Tommy in after our podcast.
So for me, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that being a whoremonger is a part of men's criteria when they looking for a wife. I'm just saying the women that we typically spend a lot of time with are women that are sexually available. And every dude, when they're young, think that, oh, she's just doing this for me. And I found out the hard way a couple of times that that's not the case. She's not just doing that for you. You won the first, and you ain't gonna be the last. You thought it was you,
Hale.
dreadlocks. You thought it because you was light skinned. You thought it because you had green eyes. But it was just because that's what she really wanted to do anyway.
He's keeping accountability.
Is
He's
that?
doing it.
Nah,
There we go. There we go.
I'm good. Okay.
Yep.
Damn, fine.
No, I just wanted to. Tommy B, go ahead, brother.
No, I was gonna say my problem with what you said, AR, is you not talking about most men. You talking about dudes that can afford to get that shit. So again, I don't even know why we even talk about that. That ain't what most of us doing. Most of us ain't hiring somebody to go find somebody to mix us up with. That's number one. Number two, half you niggas ain't even smashing. So half of y'all is getting whoever you can get to keep it 100 with you. That's according to the numbers that I'm hearing. That's not part of my life, but from what I understand, what did they say? 33% of y'all is virgins. So half of y'all is taking whatever you can get anyway. See, we had these conversations as if all of these dudes had the pick of the litter and then, I'm going to just go. Nah, most of y'all don't, according to what I'm understanding. So it's nice to have this ego on the internet and go, I'm going to just pick woo woo. But at the end of the day, most of these dudes is picking whoever going to give them a chance. So it sounds cute and it sounds nice to say all this and that. But unless you're in a position to where you got all of these options, you picking whoever's going to give you the shot for the most part.
That's a fair perspective. Let's do this real quick. Let me read.
But they're not picking to marry though.
Hold on, guys. Let me read these super chats really quickly, and we're gonna pick this back up in just a minute. Shout out to Sir Charles DeGal for $4.99 super chat. Shout out to Take Heed with a $5 super chat. Okay, Kira, I see you, KK. What's going on? Eugene Steele with the $10 super chat. He says, men chase the wrong woman and reject the right woman. Yet women want the wrong men and do not want the right men. Everybody is just missing the mark. This shows that the vetting process is messed up. Eugene comes back and says, people are vetting with emotions instead of logic. You cannot vet based on looks alone. There are more factors to consider. Facts, Mr. Tape. Ricky has a $4.99 super chat. Hey, look, I'm tired, Doc. Can somebody read this, please?
Big props to Sir Hale for perspective and energy that you brought to the Purple Pill podcast on the other night.
Shout out to the Purple Pill, and thanks for tuning in. Really appreciate you, Ricky. Yeah, somebody read this one as well.
Shout out to Andrew Tate on dropping great info.
Knowledge in relationships, Sir Hale, you are almost at 11K. That's a fact. Congrats, brother.
Hey, appreciate that.
Moving.
You're averaging about 1,000 500 subscribers a day.
Moving.
You need to get that audio.
I gotta give it a thumbs down. Hey, look, let me give you guys a super chat. So I got a new vibe that I want to test out, guys. So let me play the super chat vibe, and then we'll be right back right after this. Appreciate you guys for the love. That's a vibe, right? It's a vibe.
Ooh.
We can't keep the show going until I bring up my sister from another mister, ladies and gentlemen. The one of the only Miss Hanifa Naila is in the building. What's going on?
Yay.
Hi, everyone.
You.
Hey.
Love, Hanifa.
Okay, guys. So anybody wanted to respond from what we were talking about just moments ago?
No, I just want to support what Tommy B said, because there's two angles to it, right? He's right that a typical man can't afford spending money on, and then also a typical man, they tend to settle for whatever comes. It doesn't always look like that, but that's what's going on, especially with this young man nowadays. They don't even know how to talk to a woman, to step up to a woman and talk to a woman. So they're suffering in that aspect. So it's interesting when I see them run their mouth on how they're gonna pick and choose on what they don't want to. The reality is that they settle for what. If any lady rubs them in the wrong spot, they start settling very quickly. That's the reality. So, and Andrew Tate represents them. That's why they agree with him so quickly in a one-liner. Like I said, he didn't say anything wrong. It makes complete sense. But it's one sentence. There's no real-life examples in what he said. There's no nuances. Of course, we agree with what he said. Nobody wants anybody that everybody wants. Of course, that's straightforward. The problem is that those kind of statements are problematic because there's no nuances of real life examples when you're presented with options or what kind of options are available to you, right? Do you know how to have some confidence to walk up to a lady and talk to a lady? Most of them don't in this generation. And those are the things we need to be talking about. That what does that look like in reality, as opposed to, oh yeah, nobody wants that. We're like, yeah, cute, nice, simple. What else is going on?
Wait a minute. When you say nobody wants anybody,
that everybody, that like if you're about to have a woman.
Hold on. Let me get my question out.
Go ahead. Yeah.
When you say nobody wants somebody that everybody wants, are you talking about men?
No. I said that wrongly. Sorry. Thanks for correcting that. Nobody wants anyone that everybody has gotten with.
Okay.
That everybody have access to, particularly.
The only problem with you said Andrew Tate represents them, and I think he doesn't. That's the problem. And I think Kevin Samuels had this issue as well. Is Andrew Tate has a pick. Like, he can pick from what he wants. He got the money. He quote unquote got the looks. Like, he has the pick. The guys that he's quote unquote representing don't. That's why they're on the internet looking at him. I don't look at Andrew Tate videos. I don't need to. The dudes that need to are the ones with the issues. So he doesn't represent them. He's talking to them. And it's kind of the thing, when Kevin Samuels was talking, and what a lot of these guys didn't understand was he specifically said high value men. And then he gave the specifics to what that was. And then you had a garbage truck worker using his talking points as if he was what Kevin Samuels was talking about. Nah, G, that didn't apply to you. Not in a bad way, because his point of saying that was to get women to accept the normal guys. But what happened was a lot of normal guys was taking his talking points as if they were these high value dudes, and that's kind of where the disconnect happened. And I think it's starting to happen with Andrew Tate, because a lot of these guys, like you said, are thinking that he's representing them, but in actuality, he's not. He's not them. He's what they want to be, but they're not him.
Okay, thanks. So we'll circle back, but let me play this other clip. It kind of ties into what Men of Prestige was alluding to at the end. And so we'll start with Kiara, and then we'll work our way up after we play this.
Listen to this. To the men who say they want to conquer, who say they want to achieve, who say they want to arrive. Understand, a man will only go to the level of the woman he chooses. If you choose a woman who is comfortable with living in a room, you will live in a room. If you choose a woman who is comfortable with you doing the bare minimum, you will do the bare minimum. Understand, your woman is supposed to be your biggest fan and your biggest supporter, also your biggest critic. You get mad and say that these women are combative and argumentative. I don't agree with that statement. I think a woman, when her security is tainted, she will ultimately start the fussing, because a woman needs security to feel like a woman. So those guys who think that these women who keep talking back is because something is not being met, she's unhappy. Now, you can call me whatever you want. I'm going to tell the truth. A man will only go to the level of the woman he chooses. So if you choose a weak woman, just know you're weak. If you choose a woman who's pushing you, you will become a king. And if you don't believe that, don't let that go over your head.
How much you want to bet he is not married?
Can I jump?
I guarantee you he is not married. Sorry, you
You
muted.
said don't let it, but that went all over my head.
Yeah, hold on, guys. Let's get everybody's thoughts first. Let's start with Kiara, and then we're gonna work our way up. Kiara, what's your thoughts on what you just heard? A man will only go to the level of woman he marries. What's your thoughts on that?
I'm on the fence about it because that's not necessarily true. You can find someone that's willing to work with you and be with you and always agree and help you be a better person. And so if you helping that person be a better person, it shouldn't be, oh, she should be with me only because of this, only because of that, or I should be with her only because of this, or only because of that. That's not how a relationship works. We should be there with each other to build on each other and to be one, not to be of the other or other on the other side.
Hey, Brandon L just said, what was he crying in the video? Podcast, what's your thought on what you heard? Yep, can't hear you, Podcast. Yep, Podcast, can't hear you.
My bad. There you go. Yeah, I couldn't hear the video at first because for whatever reason it won't play on my phone. I caught the tail end of it. I understand what these guys be saying to a certain extent, but I don't know. I don't know if I buy that last part. I mean, it might be true. You know, you never. I don't know. I don't think. Like, honestly, I could say I've been in relationships where I looked at the woman as the prize. And so because I looked at the woman as the prize, I was content. So I wasn't trying to do more. You know what I'm saying? Once I got into the manosphere space, I started seeing it a little bit different. I was already wanting more, but I didn't really have the drive for it. But once I got into the manosphere content, the red pill content, stuff like that, I kind of built up the drive for it. But I don't think my woman, whatever level she on or any of that, is going to determine how far I go, you know, or what I'm able to do. It's going to be whether or not I put the effort in to get there. I do think the woman you choose will have an effect on you. I won't say that it won't. It definitely will. Because I remember Sherazade Ali said once, she said, it don't matter if the world is telling your man that he's awesome. If he come home and you tell him he ain't nothing, in his mind, he gonna think he ain't nothing. If you tell him he ain't enough, he gonna think he ain't enough. Right? So, you know, I think maybe Kanye might even be an example of that. We thought he was great. He was more concerned about what Kim thought. So, you know, I don't know, but from the little bit I heard at the end, I said maybe he might be onto something, but I just don't want to put too much into that.
Okay. Miss Hanifa, good to see you tonight. Y'all, we did a stream a couple weeks back, had an awesome time. I appreciate you being on tonight. What did you think about what you heard? That a man will only go to the level of woman he marries. What did you think when you heard that?
Oh man. Okay. So I think that what he was saying was bullshit. And the reason why I say that is because it still goes back to the blame the man. It's still going back to that, right? And I keep saying, especially in these spaces, a lot of these men are creating the woman that they are complaining about. Because if that is your rhetoric, right? You are saying that the men hold all the power to determine a woman's behavior. Now, there is a certain part where even nature itself seeks balance. So if you're showing up as weak, I mean, for me, naturally, you're just going to attract a strong woman, honestly. And I say, if you are a feminine man, you're gonna seek out a masculine woman. That's kind of for me. That's me. I might be wrong, but when I think about how nature works, because you see those dynamics all the time, you will hear people say, "Oh, we know who wear the pants in that relationship because the man comes off a little bit more softer than the woman does, right? Because there's a need, there's a desire for balance there." But listening to him, I think it's still going back to that same idea that it all falls at the feet of and on the lap in the lap of men. That it is your fault that she is the way she is, that she's argumentative, that she's combative, that she's slashing your tires and keying your car, you know. And then we say, well, maybe your fence isn't strong enough. Maybe your fence isn't high enough. Maybe you're not really securing her the way she needs to be secured. Maybe she needs some therapy before we start talking about building fences around her. So I feel like it still goes back to that blame the man. So I have an issue with that because I think that there is some responsibility. Yes, that falls on the man, but there's some responsibility that falls on the woman. And we have a hard time in this society holding women accountable. And I know that has a lot to do with the way, again, how we're socialized, right? Women, we develop this sense of entitlement very early in our development. Men have always been held accountable. And I know that I have two boys. I have two black boys that I'm raising. So I'm full aware of how that works. You know, the world is not going to be as uneasy on them as they are, and let's say they're girl cousins or whatever. So the way that we're socialized as well plays a part in that. But it's important for us to acknowledge that. Like, why do women show up that way? Why do men show up that way? So for me listening to that, Sir Hale, I'm just like, dude, you still putting it back on the men. And I just have an issue with that because there are some women, I don't care how strong or how weak you come, she just jacked up. And she don't need to be coupled or in a relationship with anyone. And it's foul for us to put that on that man. It's not always the man's fault. So yeah.
I just want to confirm that you came in here and dropped gems like that. Did anybody else agree with what Hanifa said? That was facts on facts. Saida, what's your perspective on what you heard the gentleman say?
I think first off, we need to start like thinking outside of the box and not taking the words as literally of they're being said, or just because they're not saying it the way that we would like to hear it. Because I like to analyze what he was saying. And if you ask me, do I want to live in a room forever? No, I don't. I'll be lying. I'll be lying. And I will be stupid for telling my man that that's all I want. And I want him to stay in a room forever. I will want to support him as much as I can. I don't care about living in a room with him and starting from scratch and probably sleeping on the floor. I don't care about that. But do I want that for the rest of my life? Come on. If you're a man, I don't even think that you want that. Let's be realistic. So that's what analyze what he's trying to say. He's not saying it how you want to hear it. That's different. But my grandfather was not the man. When he died, he was not the man that my grandma met 60 some years ago. He had a land, he built his house, he had everything. He had 6 children. He wasn't that man that, you know. So I think it's like we want to hear something from someone the way that we want to, but we just don't like the way they say it, and we don't agree or disagree. No, analyze the things. What he's saying is a supporter. And I keep hearing, man, want a supporter. But now when he's telling you what a supporter is, you don't want that. You don't want that. And now you're saying, oh, men are the leaders. But when it's about blaming the men because they're the leaders of women in general, not just one woman, women in general. For example, let me say, going back to the analogy with the food chain, do you think that all these McDonald's food chains, you know, all those brands are going to be selling healthy food or toxic food, depending on what you want to eat? It is healthier to eat, you know, this type of food. What do I want? Where do I go? What it's easier to do? No, it's easier to go with the fast food, junk food. It's easier. It doesn't require any effort. But I'm going to blame who? Who am I going to blame? So it's about taking accountability. We are the ones that choose, and I'm saying men. If you're the ones that choose the woman and you're the ones that build that, how the women are and their behavior, then I'm going to put it this way. If you want women to behave in a certain way, then you should be looking for that type of women and not going in a different direction, because women are like, they want this, but they look for this. And I'm saying in general, they look for this, so I'm going to start behaving like this because that's what they're looking. And that's how you are kind of creating
I can
this
respect
type
that
of
point.
women.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I can respect that. Everybody, if you're watching this, have you hit that like button? Have you hit that subscribe button? And have you shared this? I've got about 61 people watching now. We want to get this up until about 80 or 90. So, guys, share this out. Tell people to come in. We're going to cook a little bit more. AR, what's your perspective on what you heard?
Can I please ask Saigon a question, please, really quickly?
Yeah, let's get everybody, because if we don't, then we gonna prolong it. So let's get everybody first, and then let's hold that question.
I think he was trying to be Derek Jackson 2.0. I mean, he's trying his best. A lot of the time when you hear men speak like that, either they're not married or they're not in any serious, I don't know him personally, but usually when they speak like they're not in no serious committed public relation where they can show you, listen, all the BS that I'm saying, here's my lady, and this is what I'm saying works, right? I don't for me, looking at different men, because I'm not just me, but a lot of men their marriage doesn't determine the level that they reach. There's some people that think that if they purchase a house, their wife is going to love them more. It just doesn't work like that. So I think a man will go to the level that he wants to go, because especially I think was it Tommy? I think it was Tommy said that. No, I think it was Lil Podcast said that most, I think, women or men get married close to 30, if I'm correct. So what was you doing all that time before? So most men, if you're 30 years old, you already went to college. I think you're already on your way to do whatever you want to do in life. Your wife is just a bonus. So if you wasn't motivated, wasn't doing nothing, having a wife that's nagging you, even if she's trying to motivate and push you, is not going to drive you towards your goal as a man. It's really not. If you was a bum, you're going to stay a bum unless you want to get up and go. So I don't know. I think he was pandering. Maybe he had his cash app. Did he have cash app on the screen? So
I think I saw PayPal. I'm not. I got to go back and review it though to be sure.
He was trying to collect panties.
Harris Tribe. So let me ask you guys the same question. First of all, do you agree with what was said? So that's the first question. The other part to this is, do you think that he was speaking to the influence that a wife has on her husband? What's your thought on that?
I can't 100% fall in line with his jargon and what he was saying, only because he was speaking in such absolutes, and like Sister Hanifa said, just completely turning the tables. I would like to keep it a little more amicable, if it was me. I think that influence is very important, and I think that just that influence and inspiration should be the lens in which we look through this from, in my opinion, because that's how we as men feel honor in doing what we do. We were on Clubhouse earlier, and I was alluding to the fellas that I am one of those 100% in guys. Like, I pay the bills in my house, and it's my honor to do it. But it's only my honor because my wife respects, my children respect the contribution that I make. And, when my wife goes out of her way to point it out to them that, your father does a lot, just the same way I'm like, thank your mama for the food, and tell your mama she looks nice. And, it's that level of reciprocation. And when I see that they appreciate that, it's my honor to go out and do that, because again, it's a agreement that we made. So, when he says that men are just completely insensitive to the fact that women have a certain plight, I would, respectfully disagree. I think that we absolutely understand that it's a reciprocal relationship, and us going out to conquer the world is only possible through the curation that the women do to our homes and to our lives. And until we notice and recognize that, I think we'll sit in these boxes, endlessly.
I mean, the one thing I noticed about the man spewing his rhetoric was the fact that he said women who are combative and argumentative, on the good side, and the flip side would be inspirational and cooperative. Like, he sounded really contradicting, and I don't agree with that at all. Combative and argumentative is just that. It's not going to cause someone to be inspirational. It's not how you do it. So I don't agree with that rhetoric. That was real cap.
So the other question for Mrs. Sheeshab is, do you think he was speaking or alluding to, and even if he wasn't, that a wife has that kind of influence on her husband that she can influence him to be greater or lesser? Do you agree with that point?
I can agree with that. I can agree with that. Absolutely.
Okay.
I think a man's a man's love is a little different than women. I think, like what Sayeda said, we're quite indecisive. We go with the flow with our emotions. So I can hate you today and love you tomorrow.
Dang.
It's real talk, and I don't think women want to own up to that. We are truly controlled by our emotions, and sometimes we're so unaware that control is happening. Women go through a lot of hormonal imbalances, and they don't even realize it. So, they really need to self-reflect and be more in tune in self, and stop looking for somebody else to fix them, correct them, have them reflect on themselves. Some shit you need to do on your own. So it kind of, would uplift a man and inspire him a little more to see you doing the work on your own.
Got men like,
Get this monster. Get this monster.
hey, Tommy B, what's your perspective on what you heard?
Definitely completely went over my head. I will say this before I throw this out there, is we do not know the details of the relationships, but Tom Brady's divorced. And you can.
Hey, Tommy, you got to speak up. I think the sound is coming through the actual computer, so you got to speak up a little bit.
So Tom Brady's divorced. He's pretty accomplished. And we could go down the list of prominent people that are divorced. So if what he's saying was true, I wouldn't have this list to give you. On top of that, you can go on social media where there are women literally bragging about having that mouth. Women literally telling you, "Ooh, I got a mouth. You gonna deal with it." Like, you can literally go to Instagram and they literally brag about the mouth that they have. So I don't think it's a situation where resources or being dedicated, something like that, is I think it's just the character of the woman. And I think just as a man, you got to pick better. You kind of got to see those signs early, and you got to kind of either check it or get rid of her. But I don't think that any amount of work or accomplishment or whatever is going to change that. I think that's just a character flaw. And so yeah, I definitely don't agree with what he's saying. It sounds good, but again, if you pick somebody that believes, I mean, what Jill Scott said on the couch that all these women love, if you can tell me what to do, then you can tell me what to do. But if you can't tell me what to do, then you can't tell me what to do.
Right.
Nothing in that did she say, "Oh, you got to have this much money. Oh, you got to be this status, yada yada yada." And if you really know, she can mess with a bump, and he'll be able to tell her what to do, because it's a certain way that you carry yourself with those type of women, where they'll respond that way. And even with that, it still doesn't mean that they're gonna be cooperative. They're still gonna be combative. It's just certain type of dudes will be able to handle it, or will be willing to handle it and deal with it.
I just want to make something clear, guys. Tommy said, if you're with a woman like this, you got to look at this early and get rid of her. I assure you he meant breaking up, not literally get rid of her. So I want to make that point clear to everybody. Man of Prestige, what's your perspective on what you heard?
All right. So at first, I was going to just like I already thought in my head, I'm going to disagree with everybody and just agree with just Saida, right? At first, right? And I still agree with her because she took the time to listen a little bit closer to what that gentleman was trying to say.
Get this mom.
Now, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. We went from one extreme to the other extreme, like Mr. He said. That's always going to be wrong. I don't care what side of the extreme you're on, you're always going to be wrong when it comes to romantic relationships because it just doesn't work like that. Especially when you're actively generalizing and you're like, oh, if you do this, you do that, you do that. It's always going to be wrong if you come off like that because it's case by case. It's different from people to people. There's some absolutes, like what Miss She said is that a combative woman is no, I'm not going near a combative woman. It's very simple, right? That. While that's an absolute, I'm going the opposite direction of his, right? I'm not dealing with there's no need for me to deal with the combative woman. I got options, and if I don't think I have options, that's a different set of problems altogether, right? So the problem with his rhetoric is because it's the polar direct opposite of what Andrew Tate was saying. The same problem I have with what Andrew Tate was saying is what I have with what he's saying. There was no nuances. It was just simple. It was just like, oh, if you get a woman that's going to empower you, everything is going to be fine. That's not how that works either. When women come to me, a lot of women will say, hey, I'm an assertive woman. And I'm like, what do you mean by being assertive? What do you mean that you're assertive? I need to know what that looks like. For the most part, when I see somebody say, I'm assertive, that's a lot of problems. Okay.
So let me be clear. You said if a man says he's assertive, that's a problem?
No, a woman.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
When a woman says, I'm assertive, I'm a king, I'm a boss chick, usually that's a problem.
Dang, a king. All right, yeah, let's get Sir Charles, and then we're gonna play one more clip, and then we're gonna get into the meat of the show tonight. Sir Charles, what's your perspective on what the great gentleman said? Yeah, you're mute, sir.
Great. Listen, my blood pressure is up. I don't even have blood pressure issues, but right now I feel like my pressure is up, man. I can't even concentrate correctly. Hopefully, I could get it all out. AR said it best. This is pandering, classic Derek Jackson 2.0. A lot of these guys, what I find is what they do is they say things that women would agree with so they could get women in their DMs, and then they can knock them down on the back end. At the end of the day, men who are led by a woman, and this is just a word from Sir Charles. Men who are led by women are essentially allowing the tail to wag the dog. Things are running backwards.
Whoa. Let's rewind that back. That was real good. Say that one more time, Sir Charles.
Men who are led by women are essentially allowing the tail to wag the dog. Things are running backwards. And you know what? That works fine for some men because I will say that all men aren't leaders. And that's why someone else talked about it earlier about nature, about how masculine and feminine attract, right? And so and that's not sex specific, because you can have a feminine man who is compatible with a masculine woman. And it's not to say that they're gay or anything like that, but it's just the energies, right? And I'll say this, and this is right up my lane right here, because I personally believe that the undoing of our community is the problem that men aren't taking their proper positions, meaning the head is out of place. Where the head goes, the body will follow. And without the head, the body can't function, right? So now the head is all over the place. So now you got the body doing the Watusi, right? All over the place. And so now that affects the family, that affects the community, and it affects our people as a whole. That being said, most women have untamed emotion. Most women, a woman, and it's been my experience that a woman that does have tamed emotion is operating in her masculine energy. So now here's what I'm saying. So a woman, most women have untamed emotions. So now you have the head, quote unquote, allowing an untamed emotional being lead the way. So and it's my belief that untamed emotion is the enemy of performance. If a man is not operating in performance mode, I'm saying in every area of life, well, health, wealth, and relationships, problem solving. If you ain't operating in a power position, a position of performance, thinking about your performance daily, then yeah, essentially you are like dust in the wind. You're going to be blown all over the place. I'm specifically speaking to men who desire to be in positions of power, abundance, and leadership, because I'm trying not to be too long with this because this is my lane now. I'm trying now. So uh, the thing about it is when you allow your woman to lead and going to sway you all over the place, then you are essentially taking the back seat to someone who is emotionally driven. That being said, hold on. So hold on, I made some notes here. That being said, so these men right here who needs a woman to lead them into, it's not to say that a woman can have an effect on you. A woman should have an effect on you one way or another. She should be buying into the process of your progress that you already laid out for your goddamn self. I'm sorry. Can I? Is it too early to curse?
Yeah, it's after 9:30. It's all good.
All right. So a woman should be buying into the process of your progress that you already laid out for yourself, meaning you are laser focused, meaning that no one, I don't even, not even you can knock you off course. Not even you. But the problem is we let our women knock us off course. And here's the thing. Here's the catcher, man. Here's the catcher. And I'm gonna yield the floor shortly. Women will test you to see if they can knock you off course. And if they can knock you off course, then that lowers your sexual value in her eyes. Your woman, the woman that you are married to, the woman that you sleep with every night. If she can knock you off course, she's like, damn, this nigga weak. This guy is weak. And at some point, the relationship is going to take a domino effect. The respect is going to take a hit. The sex is going to take a hit. All these other things are going to take a hit. And so what I'm saying is, if I think a man, essentially, I'm going to use the floor. I got to go. A man should be laser focused on what his mission is. And when it gets to a point where he can't even knock him off course, that woman, no matter no matter how wild her emotions get, and I just feel like it don't matter. At the end of the day, we're gonna stay the course, ma'am, or you're gonna be knocked off the ship at the end of the day. And so that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna yield the floor with that. There's much more I can say. I could write a book, but I'm gonna yield the floor.
12 hours.
That was facts. Hey, that was facts, though.
That was a point.
Okay, tonight. Damn, Sir Charles.
No, he talked about focus, right? Focus. It doesn't matter what end of the spectrum you're on. If your rhetoric is putting too much focus on women, you're basically the same thing. It's the same thing. You can't have your focus be women. It's going to basically create the opposite effect of what you're looking to achieve. And we can go, there's so many examples. Especially if you're in crisis, that's when you're going to be tested. He just talked about being tested. The shit test is real. It's not deliberate. It's not something you can say, hey, you stop right there. Right? It's real. She's going to shit test you. So she's going to resent the idea that she shit tests you too.
On that point, let me ask you guys. Yeah. So, ladies, why do you do this? I don't know many men who's like, I'm gonna test her to see if she's feminine. I'm gonna test her. I'm gonna see if she's feminine. It's just the masculine is tested. Why is it that way? What's your thought on that?
Can I say something to that question? Okay, so a lot of what we're calling testing is just toxicity. These Some of these people are not testing you. They are showing up in their toxicity. That's it. So I wanted to speak to something that the brother said upstairs here, the guy upstairs of me. Not you, your neighbor, the one with the hat, the one with the hat. Yeah, right there. I can't see your name. I'm sorry. When he was speaking, one of the things that came to mind. Here's the thing: the individual accountability, the personal accountability. What we need to understand is that a lot of our men and women are coming from very toxic environments, right? And the only that is what's normalized. That is what's familiar to them. That is their comfort zone. Someone's comfort zone, and I know the word comfort gets us confused. Someone's comfort zone doesn't have to be one of peace, it could be one of chaos. It's still their comfort zone. So I think that we have to understand that people enter into relationships, and let me just say this. I'm going to just go from a woman's, I'm going to point to the woman. If a woman comes into a relationship and a guy is too nice, okay, and things are running smoothly, do you not understand that that peace makes her uncomfortable? So what she is going to do is she is going to deliberately create an environment of chaos. Shame on us for calling that brother weak in a situation like that, just simply because she has to disrupt the peace because the peace is unfamiliar to her. The peace makes her feel uncomfortable. The peace takes her out of her norm. It's the same thing with men. You will hear men say, men, how many men have you guys heard say he left that lady alone because she was too good for him? Okay? What he's saying is that he probably missed them sisters scratching his neck. All right? Or threatening him. There are men out there where it's like, nah, she's too good. Again, that's a value thing as well, but it also connects back to what's familiar to that person. Okay? If there is no drama, if there is no chaos, and that is what is familiar to that person, they will create it in the relationship just so that they can be comfortable. So there are only two options because therapy somehow comes much later. Only two options available to them. I either leave this relationship or I create the environment that I am most comfortable with. And if that is chaos, I wish the man and woman luck who's in a relationship with that person, because it's not even about the individual, it's about them. It's about them creating a space where they can feel comfortable, where they can, that's familiar to them. A lot of our people are dealing with this, and we don't speak enough about this, where they're entering relationships and they're disrupting the peace in the relationship because the peace of the relationship scares them, because it's unfamiliar to them, because it's beyond their norm of what relationships should look like. So I just wanted to add that in.
I was going to jump in. So I know that generally when we had these conversations, we're trying to speak to the masses. And whenever we had these conversations, we start talking about this laser focus. Oh, we da da da. Let's keep it 100. Like the average American makes 45, 50,000 a year. That ain't exactly laser focused. So again, we have these conversations, and then again, we end up start talking about the upper class. Most of us ain't laser focused. Sorry, that's what it is. If we were, the average income wouldn't be 45 to 50,000 a year. The average American would not have $500 in a bank account for an emergency. So if we're going to have conversations about the majority of Americans, then that's a different conversation than, oh, if you're laser focused, yada yada yada. So even like, off of what Sayeda said, what if you have a man that's perfectly fine with his $50,000 a year job and he don't have any aspirations of getting higher? You know what I'm saying? Because if you look at the numbers, at least in America, that's most Americans. And I would believe even in the world, that's just most people. Again, it's a reason why it's what 10% of people make six figures. Because most people ain't trying to work that hard. So we had these conversations and then we like almost assume that most Americans are like this top tier, and they're not. So most of us aren't even fitting in this conversation that we're having because most of us aren't these laser focused individuals. I'm so focused and you can't throw me off my focus. Y'all guys, people trying to wake up and go, do they garbage truck job. Man. It's just what it
Your
is.
audio.
So Tommy B, I got a question. So should society tailor its speech to coddle those people who say, well, this is how we are, and I'm going to complain. Hold on, I'm going to complain about what I don't have, but show me some grace. Or should society say, this is where we're moving, and if you're not on board, then take what you can get and shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Hold on, real quick, brother. There are a society of men out here who can have their pick of women because they make up in their mind that this is how I'm moving and nothing is going to stop me. And women jump on board with them. Should we coddle the men that say, well, I'm satisfied with where I am, but I want the upper echelon women who are seeking those guys who at the top of the sexual selection hierarchy? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
at the end of the day, some men need to shut the hell up. Then you get what you get, because this is the society is moving forward. That's it.
It's not.
No, I agree with you, but what I'm saying is the reality of it is that's most men. So if you're saying this to try to encourage men to get on your purpose and stuff, that's one thing. But we're having a conversation because basically based off a lot of these conversations, majority of these men just shouldn't even really get the respect that they want. Because when we have these conversations, it's if you ain't paying all the bills, if you don't make this certain amount, yada yada yada. And then if you look at the numbers, that's majority of the men. So it's like, so are we in fact saying that majority of the men shouldn't get respected? Because that's the majority of the men fall in that line. They don't fall into these upper echelons. They don't fall into these laser focused individuals. They fall into the I'm waking up, gonna bust out this 9 to 5 and come home and drink a beer.
What I'm gonna say is that it's not that they shouldn't. The reality is that they will not get respect. Whatever this picture you're painting of this majority of men, I don't care if it's 90%. The reality is that they will not get respect.
And I think that's a problem. If what I earn is the measure of my respect, our society is screwed, because what happens when the value of the dollar goes down and it means nothing to anybody? So I think it's a very flawed way of thinking. I understand that that's how it works in the world today, but the way of the world today ain't working. Podcast, you have something you wanted to add? Yeah, podcast. It's hard to
just use the regular mic on your laptop or something.
Yeah, we struggle streaming today. Until podcast continue to come back in, I'm gonna mute you right now because there's a lot of background.
But I do want to say something. I do think that I understand what everyone's saying, but I do believe what Tommy is saying is more correct when it comes to
am I live right now?
Yeah, but it's a huge delay.
Oh, that's a delay.
No, bro. Like this don't make
the internet. Yeah.
So I do want to say what Tommy was saying was more I believe more on point of the conversation he had with the average person, because the laser focused person usually in life they're not part of our conversation. They're not available to. They're not available even to most women. They're not available. Most women don't even encounter those men unless they go into Starbucks, right, to get the coffee. But so I do understand what Tommy is saying. The laser focused men are not in our conversation. They're not even available.
So let me tell you something. So, and again, I don't put my business out there, but I hang around lots of men are going through the same issues. It don't matter how much money you're making. I think it's a myth. I think we assume that if you make a certain amount of money, you can drive a certain amount of car, homes. You don't go through certain things. A lot of men are going through the same thing.
Yes,
it's not a matter of money. It's a matter of maturity and perspective. So men who have a lot of stuff and they are also matured and they understand the value of their time, they are not part of the conversation. But money alone is not the measure to determine whether or not a man is dealing with these kind of issues.
No, I said laser focus. You can put the focus on whatever you want, but especially when it comes to a man, when it comes to financial, to make a certain amount of money, there's a lot of time that's involved in it.
But here's think about the firefighter or the sergeant but you know what I'm saying? These guys are focused on their craft. It just so happens that they're not making a whole lot of money. So that's what I'm saying. I want to take the money part out of it, because it's not real. Money is not the measurement. It's like you ever saw somebody with a lot of money and you thought he had swag and he ain't got none, because money doesn't give you that. That's who you are. It's character, it's confidence. And you can have a man earning $50,000 a year, and I've seen it, who has the confidence to pull somebody, and somebody making 150.
But women would say they want the confidence. Like most of the thing that women say, that's not who their baby daddy is.
So in reality, they do set.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? I'm so sorry.
Hold on, man.
Can I ask a question?
Can y'all hear me now? Am I okay?
Yes. So can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
The topic says, or Tomlin says, most men chase the wrong woman and reject the right one. And you said it earlier, this is about what we usually talk about, pointing at fingers to women. And I said it earlier, it's going to be the same thing of blaming others. Can someone say something about taking accountability? Lil Podcast was on point earlier. He was actually pointing out the things without blaming women. What are the things that men are doing wrong?
Well, that's not what
I want to hear, because a lot of men say, no, women don't take accountability. I don't.
You listen to the clip? The clip that was played. Did you listen to it?
Okay, I don't care about the clip. I analyzed the
We're
clip.
discussing-
I
we're
was
discussing
the
the last
only one
clip, though.
analyzing. You didn't even hear
You
me
just
saying
said you
I
don't
agree
care
or
about
not.
the clip.
No, I
Wait,
said
yeah.
I don't agree with that man mentality. Okay, I don't agree with someone just because
this
I
segment
analyze what
is
he's
about that
saying.
clip.
I analyze what
played.
he's saying, and I have a perspective, and I don't even fully agree. I don't have to fully agree. You cannot force me to agree with something
I
that he's
didn't.
saying.
So you're not paying attention. I didn't say if
So-
you agree. Now I said, did you listen to the clip?
I did.
See,
I
so I
analyzed
don't-
it.
clip.
I
See, the
just
man-
didn't listen. I analyzed it. I broke it down in little pieces.
So sad to listen.
Why
So
are you
let me
asking
tell
that
you-
question if you pay
Because
attention?
I am just
hold on,
saying
Fred.
that.
Fred, let me tell you what
Can
happened.
you guys say something without blaming women for what men
If
are doing
if
wrong?
I could
That's all
jump
I'm
in
asking.
here,
Yeah, hold on, guys. So here's the thing. When we have segments, we're not going to skip because we want to get past it. We're going to get to the meat of the conversation after the next clip. But I don't want women to be part of this and waiting to hear what you want to hear. I think that's what a lot of our ladies do. We'll be on these conversations and we hear something long enough and we're like, when is somebody going to tell the men what they're getting wrong? That's right. We need to tell men what they're doing wrong.
Accountability is like,
and we're going to get there, but we're
Burn.
getting past this point first.
so let me respond first of all to what Charles was saying. Yeah, y'all need to coddle me so I don't rob you. How about that part? Since that's the narrative that we want to take on people that make average money. You see what I'm saying? Like when you go to the restaurant and that dude that valet your car, he don't make $100,000, but you damn sure get him your keys, and you damn sure appreciate him valeting your car and putting it in a nice park for you. And when you come out the restaurant, you appreciate him going and getting your car for you too. When you call the customer service line and them people pick up on the other end, if you like me, you hate that there's so many foreigners on the other end, because you want to talk to somebody that sound like you and can get the job done faster, right? So you don't have all those communication issues. But at the end of the day, guess what? You want somebody to answer that phone and take care of your problem for you. And those people don't make as much money as you. They don't. They making $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a year. And these people who we want to shit all over. When you go to the grocery store, you want them groceries and all them things, them items you want them to be on the shelves for you. Somebody is putting those things on the shelves for you. And they ain't making $100K a year. Y'all always want to shit on these people. I don't understand it. You ain't on your purpose unless you making 6 figures. Yeah, I am on my purpose when your shelves is stocked the way you want to. When you go to Jiffy Lube because you need your oil change, guess what? They ain't making $15 an hour. But you want your oil change, right, don't you? Am I on my purpose when I'm changing your oil for you? We got to get out of this. Always trying to make it seem like, you know what I'm saying, because you ain't making 6 figures and this and that and blah, 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 blah. Guess what? Any woman that feel like she need a nigga that makes 6 figures, take your ass over there and go be with one then. Let them walk over you. Let them cheat on you. Do whatever. Go deal with whatever you want to deal with to get the man you want. But don't spend your time trying to shit on people because they don't make six figures. Because if you do it in front of me, I'm gonna have something to say. Man, woman, or child. Straight up.
Can I jump in like
Absolutely
double
right.
dutch?
That was a
Really
fact.
quickly. I'm glad you brought that up. I want to jump in like double dutch. You know how the girl jump in like double dutch. Listen, at the end of the day, I said it a while ago, and I got a little pushback, but I want to add context to it. Someone asked, "Are men in competition for women?" And I said yes. And people got all over the place. Oh my God, we're in competition. No, listen, it's not a competition between you and I, brother. But it's a competition of who these women have access to. At the end of the day, an average looking woman. In fact, she could be below average looking woman.
That's a fact.
On social media, especially nowadays, we know that attention is currency to a woman. Do you know the average woman get about 30 DMs a day, dick pics and everything? You know what I'm saying? You are up against these people. So whether you like it or not, these women have options. So now, at the end of the day, we have the guy who makes. Well, first of all, I want to start out by saying nothing external makes a man high value. It doesn't matter how much money he makes. It doesn't matter how much money he has. Nothing external. Now, as it pertains to economics, is he the type of guy who can get it? It's a woman doesn't submit to a man anything a man has externally. His height, his looks, his penis size, or what have you. A woman submits to a man's character. Are you the type of guy who can get it done? And that type of energy, that type of energy, a woman can sense that. It's just the type of man that can get it done. I don't give a damn if he 5'2". Can he get it done? I don't give a damn if he only got $20 in his pocket. Can he get it done? A lot of men desire things that the man that can get it done, they desire the things that he can get. You can't. We ain't in the same playing field. What I'm saying is, if I slag in a woman's DM and I say, "Hey, love, hey, I'm gonna be on the boat this weekend. Come pull up." She's gonna go. A regular guy gonna say, "Hey, love, you think you can meet me for coffee tomorrow?" Who you think she gonna go with? That's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, it is the
so this is my problem. This is where I disagree with you at. Because you might say, "Hey, love, I'm gonna be on this boat tomorrow. Come ride with me, right?" And then I might call her and be like, "Hey, I got a bottle of Douce, got a couple blunts rolled. You know what it is." She might come with me, because being on the boat with you might not be as fun as it is gonna be with me. She could still have more. She could still have a better time with me. Like, let me say this, bro. I grew up. I think I said this before on this show. I grew up in the era, bro, where we actually thought it was a good thing to pimp women. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. I just don't. I know it's not something I want for my daughter. But I grew up in that era where we thought it was great to get money out of women. We thought it was great to be the arm candy, right? I stayed in shape. Could get any hairstyle I wanted, from a ball fade to the Drew Hill to the S curl to the braids. I did them all. 6-pack, pigeon toe, bow-legged. Dudes who had the bag and their wives were sleeping with me. It absolutely makes no sense, except for the fact that I was just a really good dude. And I was a good time for women. Now, as you get older, the expectations change. People grow up. They understand all these nuts you gonna make me bust ain't gonna pay this rent on the first though. You know what I'm saying? All this my girl's talking about, girl, he look good, girl, look how he dressed, girl. That ain't gonna get this light bill paid and this doctor bill paid. You know what I'm saying? You start to get to that point. So yeah, you might say, come get on the boat, and she'll come get on the boat with you because she hoping the boat lead to financial and economic security. And that's okay. I'm not saying you shouldn't have who you want to have. But what I am saying is that no man And when I say no man, I mean no man under any circumstances should ever have anything negative to say about other men as it comes to dealing with women.
A fact.
We should be telling these women they should be getting with these $40,000 and $50,000 earning dudes. No, we should be telling them you need to get with them guys.
No.
Is that part of holding accountable? Is that part of holding accountable?
There's no.
Listen, here's the thing. Let's go through it then. Let's go through it then.
Podcast. They gotta respond to what you said first.
Okay, I want them to respond to this. Out of all these guys in the manosphere that talk all this stuff, why so many of them niggas ain't married?
Because they're lame. Same answer. Okay.
Because marriage ain't the goal for everyone.
Wait a minute, I'm confused.
No. Marriage isn't the goal for everyone because someone can have a relationship set up that's perfect for them and their lifestyle.
So you're saying the women should want to be with the guys who are just gonna run through them because they never gonna marry them instead of getting with the guys that would actually marry them?
Listen, all of us here on the panel know that women are naturally hypergamous, meaning they're gonna go with the best option at the time. And if you ain't the best option, then guess what? You're gonna be pulling out the Jergens. Okay.
But hold on. But the point is this, bro. I'm not disagreeing. Hold on. Let's have a man discussion. We ain't got to let each other talk for 9 minutes. Let's talk back and forth. Bro, listen what I'm saying. Having the most money don't automatically make you the best man. That's the point I'm making.
He agrees too.
It does not. But here's what money does. Money and success, not just money, but and I talk about the 3 C's: completion, competence, and confidence. When you completed something, it brings about competence, and competence brings about confidence.
Agreed.
A lot of times, confidence is tied to the money that you've generated, because essentially you can't say that you really got shit done and you ain't got no money to show or results to show for it.
Right.
Now, what I'm saying is the money brings about a certain confidence, because here's the thing. I always say that the best cologne that a man can wear is the scent of another woman. Women don't like who other women don't like. Women want who other women want. And here's the thing. If a woman don't want you, chances are the woman you sliding her DMs, she don't want your ass either. And so, at the end of the day, is it incumbent upon men to be the best versions of themselves in the way of health, wealth, and relationships, so that you can get the woman of your liking? And women don't want to miss out on an opportunity. At the end of the day, if they see a man, they like, damn, somebody else gonna snatch this guy up. If I don't, let me go ahead and see what's up. That's what I'm saying. You get on a certain level, men have their picks of women, and they're not even. I'm saying, and women know this, and so they always gonna go with the best option at the time.
I do want to say that manosphere is not about marriage, just so you know.
Yeah, so let me jump in really quick.
Yeah, right.
Let me jump in, guys. So there's a couple misconceptions that I keep hearing you guys do. For men who are making average money, we're saying that women ain't gonna want you because of what you're earning. And then there's another assumption we're saying if you earn over 6 figures, you cheating. We got to stop with those things. If you earn 6 figures, it doesn't mean that you're cheating. And I do think that we need to start promoting the fact that good men, you can't judge a good man based off of what he's earning. Like that's real talk. And I want to drive this home, because I think there are a lot of women who are overlooking potentially great suitors because the world is telling you to find a man who earns this amount of money. Well, sister, before you make a demand that you want a 6-figure earner, have you ever been with a man who's earned that before? Have you ever saved? What's your savings account look like? Because do not tell me you want a man earning all this money and you don't have any track record of saving anything. Are your bills paid on time? Wait. So your bills aren't paid on time, but I got to come in making all this money? The point that I'm making is we have to start asking for what we're qualified for. So if you've never been with somebody 6 figures and you don't know what to do with that, you only want that to brag on that. And that's a vain reason. Get with the 50K guy who's got some ambition, who's doing something, who's good with it. Right. I'm gonna tell y'all a real story. I kid you not. A few years back, I was earning significant, like 70 or 80. And there was this guy earning 50. His credit was better than mine, which means he was paying less for his home. He was paying less on interest. He was earning less dollar wise, but he was doing better than I was because he had savings and stuff. I'm saying that to say you can't look at a man and assume that because his salary is 50,000 that he's not doing well in life. If he's been doing that for 10, 15 years and is saved and he's got some investments going on for a 1K, maybe some crypto or something, and has a good idea of how to handle a budget, he's doing better than the man who earns 80, 90, 100K who blows through his money. He's doing a lot better. So guys, we got to stop looking at a man and measuring him by his money. Look at his heart, his work ethic, and see what he's about. Anybody want to respond to that?
But Sir Hale, that's why I was saying that we should be telling the women to date the guys that's making a lesser income. The women need to learn how to build. They need to get back to that mindset. As they say in the manosphere, stop standing at the finish line waiting on the winners. Because they know who you really are when you're doing that. You're not somebody that's respectable. You're not somebody that's lovable. You're not somebody that they want to invest in because you a rat. Real queens don't stand behind you. They stand adjacent and help you chase it. That's my opinion. I could be wrong on that, but the people who I see that's the most successful, they've been together for a long time, and they didn't wait. They didn't wait for that dude to get to where he is now. They was with him when he was climbing. And that's why I said we need to tell the women to get with the dudes that's making less money, not because they should want less money, but damn, you afraid to build? If you ain't got a man, what are you doing for yourself?
But
right?
Because
we always
podcasts are based on what you said. I'm gonna flip it. I want to tell me what you think about this. Do you think it's men's fault that women think the way that they do? Let me explain why. In our rap songs, we're saying, I'll take your girl. I can do stuff you can't do for her, right? Do you think that we help to create this level of appreciation for men who are average workers?
Yeah. They're rapping their experience.
Can I answer why?
They're rapping their experience. If it didn't happen, they wouldn't rap it.
So real quickly, yes, but not to a higher percentage like that. No, we helped it because the music itself reaches generations and we can't deny it. You know what I'm saying? But like Tommy B was alluding to, we didn't create the narrative. We can't say on one hand women are hypergamous by nature, but then on the next hand try to say we created or we made them hypergamous. Like, no. It's either that's who they are or we created it. Which one is it? So I say that could be who they are. They prefer men of means. You see what I'm saying? But we also know that there was a time, even if that time was after one of the worst periods in this country's history, there was a time when they were willing to get with somebody and build. You know what I'm saying? And now they're not. We know a couple of reasons why that is. They're not really willing to build. That's what I'm saying. And when I say that, let me clarify really quickly before I drop the mic.
On your point, I want to stick here on your point. What I'm saying is, like, women are only able to do this because they know that there's a man who's going to use what he has to flaunt to get her. I'm saying that are men partially responsible for the way that women perceive men who make means, who are successful?
I answered that.
For that.
I answered that. I said yes. I said, but not at a very high percentage because of the fact that we didn't create women being hypergamous. So, by default, what I'm saying is this. Okay, let's take any one of the women on the panel. If women in general said we wanted broke, bum, illiterate guys, most men would go out and try to be the brokest, bummest, most illiterate guys they could possibly be. But we know that's not the case. Women want men of means. So most men try to make sure that they have the means to provide something that a woman wants. You might not be the most intellectual, brother, but you got a Chevy, candy paint on foes. You look good when you riding through the hood. You know what I'm saying? So you when you open your mouth, you sound like one of the Cosby kids from Fat Albert, but you make it look good. We've seen this play out. That guy will have 6 baby mamas in a 10-block radius and be one of the most illiterate people you ever spoke to. R. Kelly, I didn't think this was serious. They say he really can't read. Imagine that. He can't read. Now he don't know about how many kids he got, right? But I'm just saying those type of guys will still have a pick of women because they're popular or because they're men of means. I don't think men created that, but we can't deny our responsibility on pushing that narrative through the past few
I'm with you.
generations
I'm with you on
in the
that.
music and in the media. We have a responsibility. Of course, we're accountable to a certain degree, but I think it's a very small degree because even Eve was being hyperbole.
But
So
sir,
A
let me
man, a
explain
man
why
doesn't
Okay,
have
yeah, let's get some of the ladies in here, and then I hear Tommy as well.
a man doesn't have to have money, but I would respectfully want him to at least have some brain so we can at least build together. I don't agree with him being just out of it to where he can't at least work. Now I would like a man that can help, that we can build on something, become better than what we are. But I don't believe that a man should be overly rich and he should be doing most everything. No, money isn't everything, and money is the cause of all problems. To be honest.
I was gonna say because of course we jumped hip hop because it's braggadocious. Country singers ain't got no problem getting pussy. Rock and roll stars, no problem getting it. These YouTubers when they get up, no problem getting it, etc. etc. It has nothing to do with rap. Rappers are rapping what happens when they get that money. And to even mention that, I can name several prominent rappers who wives been getting knocked down by regular dudes. So it sounds good because rappers, do the whole, braggadocious thing. But you can go to any race, you can go to any genre of music, and the stars in there ain't got no problem getting a female. Period.
I think Bandman Kevo, right? What he said? He said something like he got the BB. What
He
he say,
got
Tommy?
he said he got a BBL
He got his
because
body done.
he kept getting cheated on. No, he got abs and chest, but because he kept getting cheated on, and the guys he was getting cheated on with didn't have the bag, and he couldn't understand why.
Ladies, y'all, can you offer some perspective on this? Did men help to shape this? What's your thought on that?
What was
I
the
wanted to say
question?
something. I wanted to say something about the previous well, when men are being judged by how much money they're making, is it taking some accountability because men are judging women just by their physical appearance? Is it fair to do that? I don't think it is. I don't think every man does, but a lot of men now are just judging of how she looks instead of also valuing her, what she is capable or willing to do in the house. I'm not pointing at fingers saying, no, they don't want to do it. No, I'm saying even when a woman does, the effort is just not valued because you're saying, oh, she's just staying in the house cleaning. That's nothing. It's effort. It's still effort. It doesn't matter how tiring you think it is or how hard it is. It's still her effort. And men are not valuing that because you're seeing it as just nothing. So have you been with a woman that is only pretty and she has nothing else but just pretty, just the looks? Do you want that? Do you want that? You see? So I don't think a man will want to have only a woman that looks pretty. Actually, the men that want that are the men that are rich because they want just a trophy to show to the world, hey, this is what I have. But in reality, they have to pay for nanny, for this, for that, for everything. And that woman is just a trophy. And if another man that is richer than this man will come to her life, he will still leave you because at the end of the day, money is not everything for this woman.
I think that most of us are average, right? In general, average looking men, average looking women. I don't think we're going to get, because of how men are wired and how men are made up. You're not going to get a man to marry Fiona because she washed dishes well. It's not happening. It sounds good, but it's not. It's just not happening. Okay.
I love
So
you.
no,
I love you.
so it's not going to happen. So here's what I say to that. In these conversations, there is a marginalized group of women and men in these conversations. So when they have the conversations about women and they say, well, get in the gym and I don't know, what else do they say? What is fix your attitude? Like all of these things. We have to accept the fact that there are women who can do all of those things and y'all are still not wifing them because they're borderline Fiona looking. Okay? These women are not the women who we are talking about in these conversations. There are men also who fall in that category. They can get their money up, they can have their yacht. If they end up with a beauty, and we all know them, if they end up with a beautiful woman, we all know most of it, but for the most part, okay, there are some outliers where she actually fell in love with the person, but for the most part, she is there for that yacht and what he can give her. And then she is out there cheating with little podcasts. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
Because she linked the dude solely based on what he has. So when we have these conversations, I think that we have to hold in perspective that there's some people that are just kind of like marginalized from these conversations. Like there are women out there who are literally struggling to get wife, to get coupled, and it's not because they're not fit, feminine, and friendly. There are men out there who are struggling, and I'm not talking about having sex. I'm talking about where someone says, I want you to be my husband, I want you to be my wife, right? And there are men out there, I'm not talking about sex because people could pay for sex, and paying for sex looks different, right? It's not necessarily going for the prostitute in the corner. Some of these men are paying for sex because the women are solely giving it up because of how much they make. That's also paying for sex, whether we want to accept it or not. So there are men who fall in that category. You guys are trying to convince men who are, and this is no shade to short men, it's not, who are 5'2", okay? Who are 5'2", that if they just go and get their bag up and they just go and they get a little buff and whatever, if they stand next to a 6'5" man who also get his bag up and who also got his weight up, that they stand a chance to get a woman, we're selling people a dream. Because that's it. That's not the reality, and this is why we have so many hurt people, because we're telling them these things, but then when they go out there and they face the reality, that's not their experience. So I wanted to speak to the last thing I wanted to speak to is the what podcast. Thank you for saying that, right? Because what someone makes doesn't determine how hard they work, right? There are people who are wealthy and they do not
That's
work
a
as
fact.
hard as some poor people that I know, right? So when you talk about people who are hardworking, who are productive, it doesn't necessarily reflect in what they make. So we
Yep.
have to go beyond the dollar sign. We have to start talking about characteristic qualities that's actually going to sustain a relationship. Because once you get to the money, once you stay focused on the money, you have 20-something-year-olds, women looking at other 20-something-year-olds. You know how long it takes black men to even hit six figures? They're not getting that right out of college. So now you have these 20-something-year-old brothers out there trying to like maybe find their wife early. And then you have the 20-something-year-olds listening to some of us talk on these platforms. And they're like, well, no, you broke. Do you make six figures? He is 25, ma'am. So I really think that we have to put in perspective who we're talking to, how that person receives the message. If this message is getting to 20-something-year-olds and they're trying to date other 20-something-year-olds, this shit don't apply. It just doesn't. Because she ain't making that money and he's not making that money. So then what else should she be looking for? What else should she be looking for when she's trying to vet a man? Since she know at 22 the brother ain't gonna make six figures. That's what the conversation needs to evolve into. What other qualities are important in sustaining a relationship that eventually leads to marriage? Because the reality is at 22, most of us wasn't even making 50K. And that's a fact. And I'm not even if you went to college, that's a fact. So what else is there that a woman or a man should be looking for in a mate, since we say that it's probably best that you get married earlier? What else beyond the money should they be looking for in selecting their partner? Yeah.
And you know what, really quickly, I wanted to throw this in there real quick, Tommy, if I could, just really quickly. It was something you just said. My memory is getting so bad. If anybody has any information on things, natural things, not none of these white people stuff, natural things that can help with your memory, like please put it in the chat, bro, or inbox me, because I was thinking about something as you said it, and then it just went away, and I can't remember what it was. You know what I'm saying? But I do want to say this one thing though, and it's a question to the ladies on the panel. Y'all can not answer it if you want to or not. I don't understand this concept that men we are supposed to be so gratitudinal and appreciative when it comes to a woman being a housewife. I just really don't get this, right? If you're a doctor and you're a man and you have a woman that's a doctor and they both surgeons, the woman does not want to be looked at differently as the male doctor. She wants to, I'm a doctor and I'm a surgeon. I can do the same surgeries that he can do and I want to get paid the same and everything. But for some reason, when you talk about being a housewife, you talking about somebody that's staying at home. When a woman is the one staying at home, she is a housewife, a homemaker. Oh, there's no way to quantify how important this job is for her at home and what she does. And you men need to appreciate it. But for some reason, when it's a man staying at home, he the lazy nigga on the couch. And this is part of the reason why we can't appreciate when a woman stays at home, because y'all don't appreciate it. You don't value it. And you prove it every time you talk about dudes that stay at home. You want to live in a country where a woman can go and do everything that a man can do, but you don't want men to be able to do anything you can do. If you want to be able to go and make the same type of money a man can make, I think you should be willing to provide the same way a man provides.
It's called being hypocritical.
This is exactly what it's called. And if you want me, this is what I'm saying. You want me to value, that's why I said I would never do that. I don't want no housewife. I'm straight on that. As long as I'm working, you working. But my goal is to get it to where don't either one of us have to work. Like our work consists of phone calls, emails, you know what I'm saying, from nice jacuzzi hotels and balconies, you know, in Miami and Cali and different places like that. Like I want both of us to have that, not me getting up every day. Oh, that's the sound of the men while you at home with Days of Our Lives. Now, hell, get out of here with that. No, I don't think. I'm telling the men, the boys coming up under me, bust that housewife crap. Get that out of here. She need to be going to bringing some income into the house too. She need to be doing something too. Because if the shoes was on the other foot, she wouldn't value you being in that position. I don't care how well you cook, how well you clean, how well you deal with the kids. None of it ain't gonna matter. I've been through that situation. And my baby mama knew what it was before we ever had sex or had a baby. And we went in that house for 5 days before she told me I could get out. You don't value me in this role.
I think it depends on what the person value. I think it depends on the two people in the relationship and what they value. So I don't know that I would just throw that completely out and say, yo, don't be trying to make no woman your housewife. If that man is saying, for example, I'll use myself as an example. My son going to daycare was not an option. It was not an option. It was not an option to send him to daycare from the time he was a baby, and he's home, and I'm home with both of my sons. And if we were to send him to school at any point, it would be, I would say, at the age of 5.
Right.
Now it's important for my husband to choose a woman who has that value system, who doesn't say, "Are you kidding me? I'm working. I don't care what you say." So it really depends on what you value, because for him, he is saying, "No, I don't want my child at a daycare so young. I don't want somebody else taking care of my child." So here's what he has to do if that's what he wants. He has to one, make the money to provide that life for his child and for his children and his wife. And then he also have to find a woman who is also on that same frequency, who has the same value system as he does, right? So I don't know that I would just say, no, because of equality, we shouldn't make women housewife. It boils down to like some people, they want to educate their own children. So you find someone who is on that same wavelength. Some people
it's not. Hold on, sis. It's not that I actually have a problem with it. I have a problem with the hypocrisy.
Yes.
That's what I have a problem with. If you think as a woman that you should be able to go out here and make the same amount of money as a man, work any job a man works, and make the same amount of money and be valued equally to a man, why is it that you don't think a man should have carry the same value if he takes on a job that is usually relegated to women? You see what I'm saying? Like, and hold on really quickly, because the biggest thing is this. This is happening way too often. I'm nobody's anomaly. I always say this. This is happening way too often. Women, right? We want to talk about accountability for men. Let's talk about accountability for women. Women are out here sleeping with men who don't have anything going for themselves, right? And they're having babies with those men. Now, the one thing those men could do is stay at home with the kids. My son's mom, I remember, she was all bitter and upset because she was working and I was just staying at home with my son every day, didn't miss a day for 5.5 years, right? And one day she went to work and it was a lady, she used to catch the bus because she worked downtown, so she caught the bus. And it was a lady that she saw every day. And that lady seen something was wrong with her. And she just asked, she said, what's wrong? And she's like, man, I'm just tired of my baby daddy not working, woo-woo. And the lady asked her, she said, well, what does he be doing? She said, he at home with our son. She said, so he always has the boy? Yeah. She was like, man, I wish I could get my baby daddy to just come home and stay with the kids while I work, so I don't have to spend $200, $300, $400, $500 in childcare every week and all this other stuff. So I'm not missing days because on this day I couldn't find somebody to babysit my kids. I wish my baby daddy could just come and just sit with the kids. I'm not saying that's ideal. I'm not saying that that's what men should be striving for. I'm saying we making choices out here, right? Dealing with each other in certain conditions, and then when the man doesn't snap his finger and become, LeBron James overnight financially, or Idris Elba overnight famously, right? Now all of a sudden it's okay to just bash him, it's okay to throw him away, it's okay to disregard his relationship with his kids. I would rather you not be, I can do bad all by myself and all this other stuff, instead of just saying, well, hey, I had a baby with the dude. Maybe he's not a terrible guy. He isn't having financially, but I do. Okay, I'll provide for us right now. Why the kids, like you said, I didn't want my son to go to daycare. I didn't want my son to, I knew of situations where kids had been touched on in them situations in my own family. So I always had a fear of that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want that for my son. So that was my idea. Okay, for the first 5 years until it's time for him to go to school, that's what we would do. Well, a year in, not even a year into my son being born, she was already abusing and mistreating me, right? And then by the time it was time for him to go to school, she had already checked out of the relationship. You see what I'm saying?
So let me bring this in. So one, the whole housewife thing, it might be necessary, and I'm gonna tell you why. The prices of daycare can be ridiculous, and if you're only earning $30-some thousand, you got 3 kids, stay home, be a housewife. It's going to save you a lot later. But I think the real issue is not about women don't like men staying home. I think that when young men who are capable of earning, and we generally out earn women, it's like to them we're wasting potential and wasting time, because there's going to become a time when we become 55 and 60 and we can't do what we did at 20 and 30. And I think that has to be factored in as well. But
that's from the man's perspective. That shouldn't be from her perspective.
Yeah, but
her perspective shouldn't be what the man is doing with his time.
No, podcast. It should be, because let's say something happens to you and you die, and you're no longer here, right? So she has to pick up the slack for that. So she absolutely has to.
It happens,
those things,
and it gets really bad.
Yes,
it happens and it gets bad.
I'm gonna have to pick up the slack too.
Hold on, podcast. So both men and women, they both have to be concerned with these things. This is what life is all about. Like, I'll give you an example on the flip side. So with my wife, my goal was to earn enough to earn 2 salaries so that if she couldn't work, we're covered. As a man, I'm looking out from my perspective. And so our women have to look at life like that in the very same way as well. So I don't think it's just the staying home part, because I work from home, right? It's, are you maximizing your earning potential when you have the time? I think that's the real issue here.
But that wasn't my point. My point wasn't just about staying home. My point was the hypocrisy that women have in their head, that when they're doing a job, that same WNBA players want to be paid the same as NBA players. and they have said this out of their mouths, and they don't generate nowhere near the revenue that NBA players generate. But that's what I'm saying, though. But if you put a man in the house husband position, right? There's no such thing as a house husband. You don't even hear the term. You never hear anybody say that. And why? Is because, again, what I'm saying is mentally, right? They have chalked out that this is a woman's position. No man is supposed to do this. You're always supposed to be working and slaving away to make sure life is great for us. No, it's okay for you to do that too, because you chose to have a baby with this person. You chose to create a family with this person.
I get what you're saying. I do believe that men, though, there's a certain role that men play, and I think that we have to own up to it. And I think that there are some double standards that exist for very good reasons.
So you would say that you don't think women should be allowed to make the same amount of money as men?
No, podcast. So we're not going. We're not going to go there tonight. Yeah. I want to focus on the topic.
I'm just asking you.
No. Like if I answer that question, that's gonna. We've already off topic, right? The goal is to spin it on a different way. We done went right back to the women ain't right. So I kind of want to do something different tonight. Let's get Tommy's his final response, and then we're gonna come back to the main topic of the show, and then we'll cook from there.
Well, what I was going to tell her, because she was talking about the Fiona's not getting married. And what you have to understand is what you hear on these shows is false. They are getting married. And I can tell you as a single man, a lot of these niggas' wives, I wouldn't holler at. Facts. And it's not no disrespect to them, but I'm telling you as a single man, a lot of these dudes, if I seen their wives walking down the street, I'm not popping at them. So just because these dudes are on here talking this stuff, half of them, if you see their wives, they don't even fit the description that they're telling these guys that these women have to be. It's just being 100 with it. So I don't think that that's a reality that these guys are out here looking for this, 150 pound, lips, hips, and fingertips ass chick. Like that's not it. Most of these guys are gonna get whoever they can get. It just is what it is.
Okay, guys. All right, guys, let me read this super chat. And then once we're done with this, we're going into the meat of the show. Salute to the Seattle Black veteran. He says, salute, brother. Serial Speaks Network and the panel. I appreciate the 10 piece. I'm going to play the super chat song. And once we do this, we're going to address the final topic of tonight.
I hit recorded, drop you.
Appreciate it. All right, guys, let's do this. So you guys see the name of the show. Most men pick wrong, and I chose to do this tonight because when we have these conversations, typically we do in this space. The conversation is going to go back to the woman did something wrong. I don't care what we start with. It's going to go back to the woman is the issue. And so what I wanted to do tonight is to take something that a lot of us have seen from the show. And if you guys remember Family Matters, the big thing was Laura Urkel was this nerd, moved next door to the Winslows. He falls in love with Laura, but while he falls in love with Laura, Myra falls in love with him. And so he ends up pursuing Laura while Myra pursues him. And so my question is this: are we putting the blame on how bad women are because women are just bad, they're terrible to date, or are we simply as men picking the wrong women, and then when we don't get the outcomes we want, then we have a problem? Let's start with the ladies first. Yeah, any one of you.
So Hale, can you ask the question again, please?
Yes, so is the issue that women are just bad in terms of dating, just undateable, or is it that men are picking the wrong women, and then when it doesn't work out, we've got a problem, and then we're blaming all women for our bad decisions in picking? With the ladies, what's your thought on this?
Men want women that look good. I won't say men. Some men want women that look good on their arm. And in that case, Steve thought Laura looked good on his arm, when in reality, Myra actually looked good on his arm. And that'd be the problem. They want what looks good, not what's suitable and what's helpful for them. They pick something, and in the long run, they're regretting it because that person is putting so much stress on them, or is not what they thought that person was, and turned out to be something else. Just like they thought. So some men think they get with a woman for, and she's with him because he is her everything, regarding that he's thinking that about the money, and then in the long run come to find out, oh, she was only with him for his money. She only wanted bags, she only wanted shoes, she only wanted to go out to the nice and expensive restaurants, when in reality he didn't want a woman for that. He wanted a woman that cared for him, loved him for him, not for what's in his pocket.
I think it's both. Can it be both? I think it's both. I think sometimes we struggle with the idea that two things can be true at the same time. I do think that uh, some men just struggle with like going beyond the aesthetics, um, going beyond the presentation. And then I also do think that a lot of women are just not dateable. Um, to be hon- to be honest, I am coming to terms with the fact that a lot of women who are good women, and I'm not. I'm trying to be kind because I feel like I was a little mean tonight, so I'm trying to redeem myself here. I think that a lot of women, there's a lot of women who think they're good women, but they're not. I think that there are a lot of men who think they know how to choose and they do not know how to choose. So, are there women who are undateable? Yes. I like to believe most of the good women that I know are either in really serious committed relationships or their wives. And that's just a fact. And I'm being honest about that. So when I have to be careful when I'm in these conversations to not speak from like a bubble perspective, to understand that maybe the way I think, a lot of majority of the women out there don't think the same way. Like I have to come to terms with that because when you're trying to have these conversations like broadly like this, sometimes we come with these anecdotal things and we think that because you show up like that or your little small circle of girlfriends show up that way, that means all women are showing up that way. So then we make an argument that that's a lie, you're making that up, women are dateable. And it's like, no, the 5 girlfriends that you have or the 3 girlfriends that you have may be dateable, but there's a whole plethora of women out there beyond your circle who are just not dateable, right? And then on the flip side, where are the men getting the instructions from, Sir Hill? Who is teaching them how to properly vet? Who is teaching them what qualities to look for in a wife? Like, where is that coming from? Because if a high percentage of us are coming from single parent households, right, whereby the man is supposed to be teaching or helping in the vetting process, but there's no men in the homes that a lot of the women are coming from, right? Or no men in the home, or women who are soft and nurturing. Because let's be real, a lot of these men are picking their mamas. Okay, your mama was rowdy, your mama was toxic, and that's what
Facts.
you are attracted to. And it might not have been your mama, it might have been your grandmama because your mother was so toxic that she didn't raise you. Your grandmother did. Or it may have been your aunties, or it may have been all the women in your families. But we don't talk about that because the matriarch in the black community is infallible and untouchable, and she's not to be talked about. So we kind of skip around that when we're talking about what contributes to the poor vetting process with a lot of our men. Okay, so for me, I think two things can be true. A lot of our men are having a struggle with choosing correctly beyond aesthetics, and a lot of the women are just not. I know we're saying dateable, but I'm going to go ahead and say wives. They're just not wives. That's it.
Okay, Sarah, Saida, what's your perspective on this?
All I'm gonna say, I'm responsible for what I'm choosing. I am choosing, so I cannot blame someone else. If I am eating junk, it's me choosing that. So you are choosing your own reflection, what you are. That simple.
Facts, Miss She said.
Let me get a little bit. I think the media has a lot to do with it. Television, us having a window into any and everything, unrealistic delusion, the fact that we do not know how to communicate with each other. Nobody is taught. The school has absolutely stripped us from that over the last 20, 25 years. So this generation, they do not know how to communicate. So I can't completely blame all the families of toxicity, because even children who did not come up in that are coming out and acting this way. So they are so much more influenced by reality TV with the horrible, cantankerous, ridiculousness, and everybody has to have the bag. And, no, there's no more honor. There's no honor at all in marriage. There's no honor in being a mother. There's no honor in keeping your goddamn legs closed. There's no honor in being modest. There's no honor in being honest with who the hell you are, because most of us don't know who the hell we are because we're so influenced by television. Like, these people are lost. So we're all a lost tribe who have no clue. So how the hell are we going to make any real, logical decisions about a mate to pick when we do not know how to cooperate? Period. We're raising our children to be groomed for pedophiles at this point. So that's where I'm at with it.
I think, well, you put the picture up of Urkel and Myra and Laura. Like, first of all, we got
Yeah, Tommy, you got to speak up just a little bit, bro.
Okay, so first of all, we got some realities about that situation. One, they was in high school. Number two, we not gonna act like Myra wasn't crazy. Like, nobody brings up that point. Like, she was super possessive, like she was crazy. Number three, last time I checked, the end of that show, they were married and lived happily ever after. How did he pick the wrong person? I'm confused. But I think even with people that come from two-parent households like myself, I don't know if we're taught to properly vet. And I say this, I'll take from my own life. Like I say this all the time, I love my oldest to death. If I had to do it again, especially after hearing some of the stuff that I've heard in this community, she probably wouldn't be here. Like, when I started talking to her mom, I was warned that she had an ex that was well known in the city and he was real active. For me, that was a challenge. Nigga ain't about to scare me nowhere. You feel me? But I was young. So just off of that, it was like, oh no, nigga, you have to come show me. You feel me? But now that I'm older and more wiser, I never would have went down there. I'd been like, oh, you got that drama going on? I'm gonna keep it pushing. You see what I'm saying? So it's a lot more that goes into it, and I definitely agree with you guys as far as like it doesn't help having a single mom, but I think even because like my dad, I don't think necessarily. I think he kind of got lucky with my mom. You know what I'm saying? They did 30 years or whatever, but I don't think he knew how to just properly vet. Like, he would give me tips and what to look for and yada yada yada. But I think I've learned more listening to cats in this community than I learned even from my pops. You know what I'm saying? Just because it's a lot of stuff that I heard in here that I was like, damn, I never even thought about that, or I never even thought that way, because it wasn't taught to me like that. So I think, and I don't even think it's a race thing. I think in general, because when I was in the military and I was kicking it with the white dudes, they wasn't going down this list of shit that I hear in the manosphere about what they was looking for in a chick. When we was in our early 20s, we was trying to find somewhere to stick it in. Period. Like, that's what it was. It wasn't no, oh, she got to meet this criterion, this, and this. It was like, nah, she with it tonight. We with the shits. That's all of what it was. And it didn't matter what race. We was all running like that. And then another thing was I always kind of rode as a kind of like go with the flow type of thing. Like, oh, if it gets there, it gets there. If it don't, it don't. I wasn't, what do you call that? Damn, I forget the little talking point they like to say in it. But I wasn't, I can't think of the word. But like, I wasn't just like laser focused on like the marriage thing. Like, oh, okay, this is intentional. I wasn't intentional about it. It was just kind of like, we gonna rock. And, and if it gets to the marriage thing, then cool, we'll get to the marriage thing. I'm not against it. But I didn't go into it like, okay, my goal is marriage. let me look at this, let me put these steps in order, yada yada. Like I just didn't look at it that way. And again, like I said, when I was in the military, I was around all kind of other races. I ain't hear none of them talking like that either. You know what I'm saying? And we basically live together. So I don't even think it's a race thing. I think it's just a society thing in this country where I mean, or maybe it's just like what I said earlier, just most people are average. We're not these intentional robots that we hear in this manosphere where I'm intentional. I want to get married. You got to think this, and this. To be honest with you, most people is go with the flow. Like I'm rocking with you. I'm cool. Then I like you. Then I love you. Then okay, let's get married. Like I think that's how most people rock in these situations. And maybe that's why the divorce rate is what it is. I don't know, but I don't think most people are just going, okay, my goal is to get married. I'm intentional about it. Okay, I got this. Like, I don't think it goes down like that. It sounds good, but I don't think it rocks like that.
So I want to focus on the men though. So do you think that the current market that we're in now is influenced that men, we don't choose well? And I want to take it back to the story of Urkel. So think about this. So he was a nerd, very smart. Myra liked him as he was. She didn't try to get him to change. Laura started liking him when he turned in to Stefan or Hale. As long as he was this dude, Laura didn't have no time for him. But when he turned into Stefan Arkell, right, that's when she liked him. And what I'm asking is, are men choosing women who like him when he puts on a certain persona of success, or he's a high value man, and we overlook women who just like you as you are? That's really what I'm zoning in on. And what's your guys' thought on that question?
I think that they got. You want to speak at?
So this is equal to when food says that it's light, no fat, but when you see the food table, it has other ingredients and you don't like it that much. That's what it is. Because you like this presentation, what it says on the box, but then when you see reality, you don't like it.
I mean, we got to be honest, right? I believe most men, if you look at a lot of the divorces, a lot of the men that got and the woman divorced him, he's relatively the same as when she first met him, when she first married him. So men don't necessarily really change, and women change. They're very flicky. So I think men typically probably marry right at the moment. 10 years later, she's not the same. She's not the same as when you first married her.
You brothers.
I think that's what it is.
Brothers,
can we have a definition?
Brothers. Hold on.
Tia Mary. He's the same.
Hold on. Y'all brothers are gonna have to stick to the question.
Isn't that the question?
Talking about. See, we so used to us talking about women, we don't even know when we deviate.
No, but you said men marry wrong, right? And I'm telling you, I don't think they marry wrong. I think they marry.
Wrong. Yeah.
I don't think they pick wrong. I think they pick right at the moment. But she's not the same as when I first picked her.
How did you not get that answer? Sir, what's going on with you tonight?
No, because Sir wants to make sure we're not blaming the woman, but we're not blaming the woman.
Hell, it just with our answer.
Cap.
So we start up tonight. We'll be like, yes, the men, the women, and then we go like a 2 minutes.
Because
but my whole answer was about the men.
There's the proof,
including myself.
So he knew what he knows what he heard.
That's literally the answer to the question. It's not that they picking wrong; they pick right in the moment. But women change.
But they change.
That's an answer. That ain't got nothing to do with. That's not blaming the women. That's natural. That's actually what happens.
See, you guys, every time you guys are. I want us to focus on the actual question, and the reason why I want to dig into this is because we're not blaming women. We're not doing this. I'm focusing on are men picking wrong. And
I don't believe so.
Not necessarily that women are changing, because it could be argued that woman was like that when you married her. You just didn't see those signs. Like you didn't want to see it. And so you thought that money could change her or success would change her. And she was like that all along. Like that's what I'm trying to drill into.
No, because if I marry a woman today, she didn't cheat on me today, right? So I married a woman that was faithful today.
Right.
She was faithful today.
Wait, how did you get to cheating? I'm confused.
Because what I'm saying, listen.
Because why do men leave?
But look at the
men don't leave. That's a problem. Men don't leave, and that's a problem.
There you go. Most men are content. Most men are saying, "Listen, it is
you making this point."
November 27th, 2022. I'm the same guy. Most men have the same stuff, right? Same stuff. 10 years later, she ain't the same. If it goes 10 years, she's not the same. I'm married for 8 years. My wife is not the same woman I married her. She's not. I just had to make some adjustments with myself or whatever we're doing. She's not the same woman.
MOP, listen to the question. Are men picking wrong? Here's the question. Are men picking wrong? Here's the truth. Here's the truth. Men stay. Men are loyal. 80% of divorces filed by women.
Men are boring. Men are boring. They don't change. They're boring.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
They're still lame.
That still don't mean we picking wrong. That still don't mean we picking wrong.
You're saying
that's the point.
No. Okay, so let's not change the topic. Let's go back to the topic, right? Because that's a different topic. You're right. Right.
Okay, fellas, we're gonna go a little deeper.
But you just told me I'm the same guy with my stomach up for the same 10 years. That's boring. Oh my God.
So quick question.
One mic. Guys, one mic. So I'm gonna ask you guys a
It's just
question.
not beneficial for them.
Guys, hold on. I'm gonna ask you guys. We're about to cook tonight. We're gonna hold into this. How many of us, before we got into serious relationships, we got counseling before the relationship or during the relationship?
Nobody. Come on.
You know,
that's
just for the guys. Just for the men.
Nobody. I am answering nobody.
I'll tell you what, I did, but I can also tell you that I wasn't able to comprehend what the hell they were talking about in that. Right.
You get the point that I'm making?
I did, but it just was meaningless. It was useless. I did.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying. We're saying that the women changed. And I'm saying we didn't even get counseling before this. And that's correct, right? So part of counseling is to help you see things that you probably wouldn't have seen before. Right. So I think that a lot of it may have to do with the women. But I do believe that men as well, we don't do enough investigation on the women that we want to, and ultimately we get what we pick. It doesn't happen in all cases.
Listen, we don't. But guess what? She's not the same. When I asked her these questions, this was the answer. But guess what? She's not that same woman anymore.
So the way I was raised, let me say this: the way I was raised, I don't expect a woman to be the same. There's no expectations around that.
Quick question: is she better or worse?
Well, she divorced.
No, AR is
Yes.
your wife that is not the same. Is she better or worse?
Well, my wife is not the same as most of these women, so you can't include her with.
Is she better or worse?
My wife, you can't include my wife in this conversation because she's not most of these women.
You included her.
Yes,
you asked me if she better or worse. Most of these women,
I have a question.
most of these women don't elevate.
To that point,
I have a question. This question is
I've never heard a
for
man.
Yeah, let's comment.
The background noise is a lot. The background noise is a lot.
So Tommy, I'm not intentionally talking over you, but I don't realize that your talking is very muffled. So my apologies. I just have one question because I'm stuck. What is flaky?
Flaky
You said
is what
women are flaky. What does that mean?
flaky means, like,
Flaky.
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 Okay.
Yeah, flaky means that, they alter, they change depending
I thought
on.
you were saying like freaky,
So,
like flick.
so,
like you flick them away.
Sir
No.
Hill, so to their point, Sir Hill, I like, and again, when I answered, I put the onus on me that I picked wrong in the past. But to their point, I've never seen a man divorce and say he divorced because he's changed. I've seen hella women say that. Because I'm not the same person. I outgrown him. I'm just saying, I've heard that. I've never heard a man say, I've outgrown her. I've never heard a man say, I'm not the same person than when we got together.
I lost myself.
Let me come back to that point. Then we get you, Sir Charles. You're right. Most men don't file for divorce. We don't. But you know what we do? We no longer come home here.
No,
so we come home.
I'm
saying, just hear me. So you're right. Women actually do file for the divorce, but I'm saying when a man checks out, he come home, but he ain't there no more, right? And so I don't want us to look at paperwork.
Why? Why?
hold on, guys. So I don't want us to look at paperwork and just look at the paperwork as the end all be all. A man can be there and not be there as
Okay,
well.
but Sir Hill, so I'm sure you've had a conversation with a man like that. I've had. I still ain't heard I've changed. I still haven't heard I'm a different man. I've never heard that from a man.
But
It may be
he
she
may
doing
not say
this
I've
and this.
changed, but he
I've
did
never
change.
heard a man say, I'm not the same man that got married to her. I've never heard a man say, I outgrew her. I've never heard it. I
I
could
can
be
tell you a
wrong,
story.
but I've never heard it.
I can tell you a story
Because
right
they
now.
don't.
I shared it. I shared it on another episode of Sir Hell Speaks. Essentially, I was a wannabe thug back in the day, and doing all kind of devilishment, which involved drugs, firearms, and all of the sorts. As soon as I gave my life over to Jesus, it seemed like the vagina dried up. And I didn't realize that this person that I was with, she really liked the thug in me. And once I became a not so thug, yeah, she sought that thuggery from other sources. But I had so essentially I had outgrown her. That was a situation where I had to realize that I was no longer the man that she desired. It happens.
But hold on, Charles.
And
That's
that's where
hold on. Charles, that's an obvious change. You went from being a thug to a Christian. When these women say they changed, they damn near came and explained it. I'm just a different person. Like there's not no, okay, I was this, and this, and then I went to this, and this. It's I'm in a different place in my life. Like there isn't an explanation like what you just gave. What you just gave, I get it. Most of the time when I hear women say that, could you chill? Most of the time when I hear women say that, it's not a clear explanation. It's just I've changed. I don't know. I just changed. I'm not the same.
and that's where I think the idea of because I feel like there's some truth to this idea that you attract who you are. This is where it gets tricky. This is really where it gets tricky because life happens, experiences come, and then people change from those experiences. So then what do you say to that person? Oh, well, you choose them, you attracted them, so that must be who you are. That's where it gets tricky for me because even though on one end I do agree with that, when we come into reality, right? When we come off of the, I don't know what you want to call it, but this is where that gets problematic because shit happens, life happens, things change. Women have children and they change. Women go through certain traumas even as adults and they change. Men go through things too, but I just think that men are programmed in such a way that they're taught to suppress because no one cares about men's complaints and men's grievances and issues. Anybody want to hear all of that? Black man, shut up and produce and perform. That's what you're supposed to do. A mule for us. That's what you're supposed to do. So I think sometimes that men, and I keep saying this is, I personally believe this is why some of our men are dying at a faster rate than women because of the suppression of those emotions, the suppressions of those issues. So we said things like men don't change. Well, guess what? There's no room for men to really change. Men got to suppress that shit, right? They got to suck it up. They got to take it. Women, we have the liberty to do that, to evolve and to become something brand new. We have that space and that grace to do that. Society gives it to us. Our families gives it to us. Social media gives it to us. I mean, just listen to some of the conversation. So for me, I think it's like it's not as simple. We're trying to oversimplify complex situations. Human beings are complex beings. We can't just simplify them to, well, you are what you attract. Well, problems happen and people change. So now what do we have? What cliche do we have to that? Because this is real life that we're talking about. And if we're being realistic, women go through changes, men go through changes. They just show up different in those changes. Trust me, men are dealing with changes. There's just not room for them to openly express and discuss it, but it's happening internally. which is creating sickness in our men, and they're dying early. And for us, we move on to the next man that could produce for us and meal for us. Because guess what? That's what men are supposed to do.
All right, let me answer the question. Let me ask you answer the actual question. So, do men the background noise from Flow Podcast is quite a bit. The
Hold
men do
on, man.
they?
My I'm sorry. Something is going on, y'all, real quick. I can't even explain this to you.
Yeah,
Okay.
podcast. You're
All
frozen as
right.
well.
So he's frozen too.
This
Yeah.
is crazy.
Yeah. Just bump out to come back in. Right. Sahil, can you rephrase that question real quick? Can you rephrase the question? Yeah, because I didn't get to answer. Do men pick wrong? Can you go ahead
Yeah,
and yeah?
that's it.
Okay.
That's
All
the
right.
question. Yes.
All right. All right. So I think men picking wrong, right? Or men picking a completely evil woman, like an evil woman completely, right? I think that's minority of the cases. I
No, no,
think
no, 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 no. So I'm sorry. Let me. The reason I'm positioning this question is, I think we keep saying men don't divorce, men tend to stay loyal, men we don't leave. I think we use that point to suggest that men are faithful and we are keeping our relationship together. I'm gonna
right.
go on the limb and I'm gonna say something that's probably gonna be unpopular. I think we need to change that. I think there are absolutely some men who've married wrong and they've done all that they can, and they're gonna have
Right.
to stop thinking
Okay.
that if they make a change or divorce, that they're doing something wrong. It could be the difference between your life
Okay. Let
and
me
your
let me
marriage,
let me
right?
let me answer the question, right? So, like I was saying, right? Do men pick wrong? Yes, they do. That's minority of the situations. Okay. Do men end up picking a completely evil woman? Yes, that happens. That's minority of the situation. The majority of the situation is people pick, but they don't know how to do relationships. They don't know how to communicate. They don't know how to adjust accordingly with life happenings. Life is going to happen. That's you could pick all you want right. Life is still going to hit you in your gut. And when it hits most people in their gut, what they do is they run or they fight. They stay on both extremes. They don't have the skill set to manage relationships. That's majority of the situation. We tend to go to these extremes. Your wife cheated on you. Or this woman is evil. All this kind of, you're right. Those things happen. There's unfortunate situation like that. You're right. But that's not majority of the situation, is my answer.
And
I
then you
think
have
that
Hey,
people.
can you hear me
most
now,
men
Sir
pick
Hill?
wrong.
Sorry, can I
Yeah,
answer this real quick?
yeah, but
And
there's a
then
lot
you.
of background podcast.
Oh, sorry, can I say this
How?
real quick?
There's nothing going on.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is, bro, but it's a lot. It's a lot
Okay.
going on.
Tommy B, you on mute? Okay.
Yeah, he's muted. Yeah.
Yeah, let's get Hanifa and then let's get
Yeah, I just
Harris
wanted
Tribe.
to just add on to what my upstairs neighbor said. Um, then this is why we end up with people who've been together 12 years and then have a divorce and make really stupid statements where like, well, I guess I just chose wrong. No, this is why people need the tools. People need to be equipped because life is going to happen. People need to be able to adjust. People need to be able to say, the foundation of our relationship is that I'm committed and we love each other, right? So that when these changes come about, you're more willing to adjust with the person so that you guys can continue to build. You can't come out of an 18-year marriage and relationship talking about, I guess we just chose wrong. You know what I'm saying? Whereby the first 2 to 5 years of your relationship, that was the love of your life, and an angel sent from heaven to sweep you up off your feet. And now 18 years later, you talking about, I guess I just chose wrong. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like that even is running from accountability because no one wants to talk about what was their contribution to the breakdown of the relationship. What was it? Even if there was infidelity, before that infidelity came, what was going on in your marriage? How did you contribute to it? And it's not saying that you choose one person. You're not saying that you're putting off infidelity on someone because people choose to cheat, right? But if you want to be a better person and have a better relationship going forward, you're going to have to do the work of understanding how you contributed to the breakdown in your relationship before you even think about moving on to the next one and being successful at it. So I agree with my upstairs neighbor. It's really we just don't really know how to do relationships. So we have to start, if we don't have the tools, we have to start connecting with people who have the tools, right? The people who have the criteria, the Sir Hales, I think the brother and sister, you guys are the Mr. and Mrs. She said, I think these are the type of people you want to connect with, because you're like, yo, what y'all doing? What are y'all doing that y'all are lasting this long? Because I want longevity in my relationship, but no, we want to connect with people who just sound good and have charisma, and they ain't got no receipts. They ain't got nothing to show for nothing. We just like them because we like their personality. But what is that doing? How is that helping us? The tools that we're receiving, how are we utilizing them towards like bettering ourselves and building actually good and whole and healthy relationships? So we just poor at doing relationships, and we need to figure out how to do them in a healthy manner.
Let's get Harris Tribe, and then I see Sir Charles as well.
Hanifa and brother Ola did amazing. I don't think I would change anything that they said or add anything to it.
I'll add. We need to add in having our children date while it's innocent. You know, before when they get grown and they start thinking about screwing, when it's innocent, they learn to communicate with each other and get along with each other and cooperate and see if they like each other or not, and be able to easily move on if they don't like each other. And then there's no hate. Okay, we tried it for this week. I don't like you anymore. I like Tommy up the street, however it may go. But if you didn't interact as a child, it's kind of hard to become an adult and think you're just going to get into a relationship with the opposite sex and it's going to go well. So, you know, to some degree, that innocence, you know, these kids need to get along with each other. They're not socializing over the last 20 years. So it's a little different now. Nobody knows how to communicate. So it's kind of hard to vet when people are not being honest up front with who they are, what they want, what they expect, what they're willing to give in order to get what they want. So it's a lot that's just not happening. And intention, like Nifa said, nobody's being intentional once they get married. You have to be intentional in that marriage.
You know what? I agree with that. I just think that men going forward, like I'm a proponent for marriage, but I think that people get comfortable in marriage. You know, they get comfortable, have a good life, and they stop doing what it takes to have a good marriage. And I think that people need a little fire under them. If you're married to a man and you take your foot off the pedal, you start mistreating him, you're on probation. You're on probation for 90 days to 6 months. You up out of there. And I think if people had some incentive to do some act right, I think people would treat marriage a lot differently. Now, I know that sounds extreme, but we deal with everything else, right? We deal with the license, we deal with a job, we deal with other stuff. It's just when it comes to marriage, we get lazy and we expect that person to always be there. We take them through all kind of stupid stuff that nobody else would take, and they're supposed to just be there. And I think we'd have to bring back value. And value means if you don't do what you got to do, you making room for somebody else who's going to replace you and who's going to do what you're unwilling to do. Extreme. What do you guys think about that?
I absolutely agree with you when you say women get lazy. Women do get lazy. They don't want to put in the work of trying to support their marriage or whatever relationship they're in, because once they get in a relationship, they feel like they did all what they had to do to become in a relationship with this person. When, to be honest, no, there's more that has to be done to make this relationship evolve and become more than what it is. Not just, oh, we're going to sleep with each other, because I can't say the other word, and wake up the next morning, go to work, then come back home, do what we're going to do, and that's it. No, that's not.
Yeah. Microphone is off. Your microphone is terrible.
First of all, I just want to say a little hymn comes to my mind that from when I was in church as a shorty. Somebody prayed for me. Had me on that mind. This is what I gotta say to calm me down, because I'm pumped up, man. Listen, at the end of the day, you know what? It's crazy to me that a lot of us have these lofty expectations when we haven't put the work in. Here's the thing. I'm all about the be, do, have principle, right? When you be a person, well, first of all, let me start by saying this. Man does not attract what he wants. Man attracts who he is. I firmly believe that. Now, Now I'm not just talking about me being let's just say, because I never put my income on. Let's just say I'm a 6-figure guy. Yes, I'm probably going to attract a crackhead, but that's not the point. The point is my dating pool is larger. So I not only date I not only attract crackheads, but I attract women who are on the upper scales of the sexual selection hierarchy as far as men are concerned. Here's the thing: man does not attract who he is. Man does not attract what he wants. Man attracts who he is. And then that is directly tied to the be, do, have principle. A lot of us want to go straight to the have thing and not be the person or do the things that people do to have those things. So now somebody make a statement, and I try not to be long-winded, but I get it genetically. I get it from my father. Please blame him. Most men are average. I get that. But the problem is most men have a way above average expectations. And so here's the thing. Instead of complaining about what women are doing, how about position yourself to get the women that men who are on the higher rungs of the sexual selection hierarchy get? Be that person. Be that person. Do what they do, and you'll have it. It will. That is a law of nature that it cannot be disputed. Be, do, have. If you be now, here's the thing. Far too often, what we do is we see our results, and it's like we think the results are the cause, as opposed to thinking like we could change the results. What I said before in another episode is that a lot of times what we do is we look in the mirror and we see something wrong, and we try to comb the mirror, right? We try to fix the mirror. No, it's you. It all comes from within. At the end of the day, if you are not attracting the women, or if you are not attracting the women that you desire, then that, first of all, there's something fundamentally wrong with you. And the other thing is that I had a debate with a woman probably about a week ago, and we were debating about, do people as a whole make the best choice that they think is possible at the time? And I said, undoubtedly, yes. 100% of the time, people make the best choice that they think at the time. Now, it's not directly tied to results necessarily. Sometimes it's a feeling. I have a hunch. Maybe I should go this route. You're at a fork in the road, and you say, man, should I go left or should I go right? Everybody, 100% of the time, goes the direction that they think is going to best fit them. Now, here's the thing, though. If you are on the upper echelons of sexual selection, be you a woman or a man, then you can afford to take L's at the end of the day because your options are plentiful. The problem is when you're deluding yourself and you think, well, I should have these all kinds of options, right? But you ain't him or you ain't her. At the end of the day, you need a reality check. Stick to your lane and understand that you get what you get. My thing is, and I'm gonna yield the floor. My thing is, I get so sick of men. You lazy as hell. You don't put the work in to elevate yourself to the higher rungs of the sexual selection hierarchy, right? But you so sick and jealous of men, and you say, well, won't you feed some women down here? Throw some women down here. Come on, man. You're not that guy. But you can change this, though. It's well within your power. And I yield the floor with that. Listen, if you're not getting the results that you're looking for, change you. It's not the woman.
No,
Let me say,
hold
on really quickly, AR. Let me say something real quick, bro. First of all, Hanifa is the Christ returned, and I don't say that lightly. Like, it's very rare that I see women, black women, who speak the way that she does in support of men, and particularly in men's mental and physical health, and emotional and psychological health. I mean, it is a sight to behold, and I just want to thank you and tell you that I value your insight, and I hope that we can hear more and more of you as the weeks go by. Uh, the other thing is I realized something, and I'm probably guilty of this too. When you have an agenda, right, or when you have a perspective, you tend to try to push it. People could be talking about something else. Let's just say you like vanilla ice cream, and people could like, man, you seen LeBron play tonight? Yeah, but have you had vanilla ice cream? You just bring that shit up out of nowhere. And we saw that tonight with a couple of people, and I'm gonna focus on Charles right now because he keep going back to this whole thing about men being jealous. I'm assuming this is something personal that's going on in your life, right? And I'm not gonna gaslight you and say that it's not accurate. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna pretend like it does not happen. But I don't think the majority of men live like that. The one thing I can say is this. I have a few people I know that are doing very well, and I don't envy them. You know why? Because I know what it took for them to get to that point, and I knew I wasn't willing to do it. I don't envy people that have more than me when they did more than what I was willing to do to get it. Now, if you go buy a lottery ticket, scratch off and win, 100K, yeah, I might envy you a little bit, like, God damn, you know what I'm saying? Why that couldn't have been me? But this whole narrative of guys is just out here jealous of guys because they got a little bit more. Like, not at all, bro. Look what you had to do to get it. Look how many years you had to put in to get it. How much sweat and tears and how many orders you had to take. How much labor and wear and tear on your body. I'm looking at one of my uncles. This dude was a carpenter. He spent all them years. I don't even know what that thing is when they be laying the carpet, banging his knee up against them things. And now, he walk around hunched over, legs messed up, got everything got to be replaced. Knee replaced, hip replaced, ankle replaced, everything replaced. Like, I don't envy that. And I'm not saying, like I said, I'm not gaslighting you. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. But I think, what you doing is you giving credit to these men who you think are in this better place financially, right? And you think that a lot of men are just out here jealous of them or whatever because they getting these particular girls. I will say that there's a number of guys that want those particular girls, but in general, they don't. What they want is the average girl. They want what's the girl name from Shrek? You said Hanifa? I can't remember her name.
Princess Fiona.
Right, Fiona. They want Fiona to understand that she's Fiona. Right? That's what they want. They want Fiona to understand that she's Fiona. If anything, what they want from you, quote unquote, high value man, stop sleeping with Fiona. Because you giving her fake courage. Stop liking all her pictures on Instagram because you giving her fake courage. Right? To make her think that she's worth something or more valuable or something like that than she really is. Now, that might be, more, I think, in line with what the average dude, would say to somebody that has a higher value status. Like, why are you coming back here? Man, go pick from the lid over there where you at. Leave these chicks alone. Because when you get through with them, they're going to come back and feel like they settling for us. Because they don't realize we the ones they really qualify for when we're talking about relationship. It's different. Anybody can be sexually attracted, but they actually think that relationship, they qualify for more than they really do. So
go ahead.
I wanted to say that. And then I also wanted to say the question itself, because I'm not sure if I answered it. I don't think
podcast. Hold on, we go for a long time. Let's get Sir Charles to respond to the first point you made, and then we'll circle back, and then we're gonna do final thoughts.
All right. So essentially, here's my message to men. First and foremost, I have no compassion for weak men. I have no sympathy. I think weak men. I think men who approach wealth, health, and relationships from a position of weakness are a danger to society, and essentially I don't even want to be in the same room with them. I don't want to be next to them. I don't want to breathe the same air.
So you interrupted me so you can repeat yourself.
Hold on.
So you can repeat the same shit you already said.
Here's my point.
That's why I got to be interrupted.
Here's my point.
No. He's responding to what you're saying.
The thing about it is my whole message is that
he said all that already.
Hold on. My whole message is that men can make a decision on how they approach things in their lives, right? So now we're talking about relationships, right? A lot of men decide to approach relationships from a position of weakness. And I'm saying if you decide that, then you get what the hell you deserve. Don't complain about it. So my message largely is to men who desire to approach relationships, health, wealth, and relationships from a position of power, abundance, and leadership, right? And then that will give you the desired results that most men are looking for, but most men don't want to do the work. Why? Because you're comfortable. And here's the thing. I want to make this point, and I'll yield the floor. Women don't. It doesn't matter how much money you make. If I make 50,000, a woman respects a man making 50,000, understanding that he's not comfortable making 50,000. Women don't respect comfortable men because comfortable men are off their mission. When you're comfortable, that means you're no longer on a mission to be anything better. So here's the thing. You can make 50,000, that's fine. And a woman will align herself with you when she understands that you're not comfortable where you are because you can be better. But the men who are comfortable in certain levels of wherever they are, economics, health-wise, you got that fat mofo sitting on the couch watching the sports, watching the most fit guys on TV, and he's sitting there with a goddamn beer belly. She doesn't respect him because he's off his mission. All I'm saying is men need to always be on a mission. And at that point, you could be in the driver's seat of every area in your life. Health, wealth, and relationships. I'm going to say this, I'm going to yield the floor. I 2 divorces under my belt, 2 divorces. But I approached them from a position of leadership.
Hilarity.
Hold on. That's why I can sit here and say that, hey, life don't always go the way
that's what it is.
want it to go. That's real. But you know what? I was in the driver's seat of that shit. I was in the driver's seat of every situation that I was in, be it good or bad, looking on the outside. I was in control. Why? Because I'm him. Stop playing.
All right, let's do this. Let's do final thoughts, and then I want to get everybody who has to leave off. But we're gonna go overtime because we need to dig into this because I want to focus on the men tonight. So let's do final thoughts. Let's start with Hanifa. Guys, only the people who have to leave. We do the final thoughts for you guys, and then we're gonna cook a little bit more. So if you have to leave, who has to go? Let's let me know.
Yeah, thanks, Sir Hale. First of all, I appreciate the conversation. Shout out and peace and blessings to everyone on the panel tonight. Thank you guys for having me. And Sir Hale, most of all, thank you for having me on your platform. I appreciate you. In my closing remarks, because I do have to go, is that listening to the brother just now, what just came to my mind is that the top people gets to define terms based on their positioning, right? So the majority of men are not making 6 figures, but it's the top figure, the top earning men who are defining these terms like weak and so forth. Because when he kept saying weak, I wanted to stop and say, can we unpack that? What do you mean when you say weak? And because that's how we get to the root of the stuff. And then the other thing I wanted to say is that we have to understand that this thing that we're calling dating is a fairly new concept for us. Our ancestors didn't do this. Our ancestors didn't juggle multiple men. Our grandmothers, and they didn't juggle multiple women, meaning that I'm dating this one, that one. This is a fairly new concept. And then we're also trying to figure out what this dating thing is on top of these societal changes that have already happened. So you have the dating, which is fairly new, and then you have this the access that women have now that they didn't have before. So with saying all of that, I think that there's enough grace to go around. I think that we have to start approaching each other and having conversations with each other from a place of grace and love, understanding that none of us have all the answer, none of us have all the right answers, because what we're discussing right now is new, and I think a lot of people are really just learning as they go and really trying to figure it out. Dating is just this thing that we call dating now is really, really new. Sir Hale said on my platform the other day, the dating, the way that we're doing it now, is supposed to come after the marriage. But how many of our young people even know that? How many of them are coming from that perspective? So I think that we need to really have a lot more grace and hold some more safe spaces for each other so that we can begin to unpack this while we're figuring it out. So that's my last words.
Yo, let me tell you something. I'm grateful for Hanifa because like we've been doing a lot more collaborations. She is one of the most down to earth people, but very intelligent. And so I really appreciate you coming tonight and just sharing some wisdom. But we got some work to do, as you can see. So I'm going to be reaching out again for maybe some one-on-ones where we can really dig deep into some stuff.
Yeah.
But tonight, thank you for all the gems. Everybody, let's give Hanifa a round of applause. Thank you so much. Does anybody else have to go as well? Everybody else good on time? It's probably gonna get a little ratchet, guys. I want to make sure.
I did want to add on what Charles was saying. If you don't mind.
Okay, y'all
are. I got another 30 minutes.
Okay, let's do this, guys. Guys, I'm gonna open up the panel. Two people. You got to have good personality, though. My co-hosts, Sir Charles, Harris Tribe, AR, Man of Prestige Podcast. We want to respect the time, so you got to have good personality coming up here. Otherwise, we're gonna roast you. It's after 11:30. We indecent at this point.
Can I say something?
Yeah. So I'm gonna play this little song real quick, and then we're gonna come right back and do this. Go ahead, Kiara, because I got to read these super chats as well.
I just want to say, can we please respect each other and give each other the time to speak and stop speaking over each other, because everybody is having connection problems. Mike's not working. All the over speaking is ridiculous. Come on, guys.
Absolutely. So nope, we're gonna disrespect each other. Shout out to Tristan. Shout out to Tristan with the $5 super chat. Sir, you got to give some of the man some Adderall.
All right, Sir Hale.
Can't make this shit up. Can't make it up
at all.
Shout out to Joseph White with the $20 super chat. I told you this after 11:30, guys. We're indecent at this point. Shout out to Joseph White. He says, never really had an issue with women I've dealt with. My father taught me that most women don't deserve access to your last name. Dang, that's some facts there.
Showing off. He got a father.
Yeah.
I'm going to bed.
Showing off, he got a right.
I'm going to bed.
Joseph White showing off. My goal is always in marriage, but I knew that wives are rare. That's a good point, and that most don't qualify. So, guys, let me do this. I'm gonna play this vibe real quick. Once we get back, I'm gonna open up the call. But if you call in, you gotta have personality. Otherwise, the chat is gonna roast you. And
I'm going to bed.
No, you stay on camera. We need you on here. You're about to get the full screen in just a minute. Until then, guys, let's vibe out real quick. I see you, Kiki. I see you choking back.
Yeah, you gotta leave my wife alone.
I see you, man. What's up, my brother? How you doing? I want y'all to see what love look like. I salute E-Man. I see my guy Lost. What's your name on here, man? Life Lessons. Good to see you, man. Thanks for joining the stream.
I did want to say something.
Yep. Go ahead.
Wow.
But we got to get back to podcast and Sir Charles. We gonna intellectually duke it out tonight, and because I think that there's some misunderstandings, and I really want us to get it. Carrie, you stay here. I want you to be my referee. I stay right here. Let's do it.
Before they go ahead, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Okay, so like what Charles was saying, what I believe about the 50,000, the average, $50,000 a year, especially when they have children. I think a lot of us, especially within the Black community, are having children they can't afford proper education. So I think when a woman that's marrying an older guy, especially if he's over 35 and above, I think that if he's making 50K, there needs to be a time limit as far as the way he can predict to make more. Because especially when you have multiple children, $50,000 is not a lot especially when it comes to the education. So I don't believe in the 50,000 for now. Y'all can build, but what's the plan to make more? Maybe
it's not the average for Black people. That's the average for Americans.
The average Black American man makes $47,000.
And the average American makes $45,000. So it ain't like we just getting blew out the park. That's the average American.
Okay.
Yeah. Average white folks ain't making $100,000 a year.
I didn't say they are, but I said especially in the Black community. So I was speaking of the Black community.
They ain't making nothing but what, 5,000 more than us a year?
Okay, that's still. So most people that are getting married are having children cannot afford proper education.
Stop.
Especially when you talk about the Black
it's not
community.
a Black thing.
Stop it. Listen.
So I agree with
70% of Black children.
Let me say this. I agree with Podcast and Tommy. It's just unrealistic to be asking all those people to make my money. Okay, it's just unrealistic. Okay, I agree with that. The only thing we can say is this: we can tell you, hey, if you're whining and crying about women not wanting to marry you because you're 50, that's where I have a problem. If you want to stay 50, that's perfectly fine, because actually the numbers indicate that you're going to stay there. Most people are going to stay that way. There's nothing wrong with that. By the way, majority of women will marry people around that range too.
Come on.
So there's no real reason to really make too much noise around this. I think what Sir Charles was speaking to is the expectation that a woman who is exposed will come down to your level and marry you. That's never gonna happen. They'll rather buy a dog. You know the rest, right?
No, look, we gotta stop. Like, it was a whole bunch because if a guy's making, y'all guys can't hear me?
Hey man, see, God ain't pleased with your message already. He called you to break up.
Now either man get to go. Like, do I even need to be here?
All right, y'all hear me now? Or no?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep.
That's part of the problem, is that I can hear you and I can't hear myself talking.
All right, so what I was saying.
Come on, podcast. We're not doing that, bro. We're not doing that tonight.
I mean, what, bro? Like, am I here to just like listen to everybody else, or what?
Bro,
both times I tried to talk, I got cut off. Right?
No, Paul.
You said you were coming back to us, and now AR went first. Now either man is going. Like,
well, podcast. You and Charles went for like almost the whole show.
I'm jealous. I'm jealous of you and Charles already.
Show on this.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Right now, I just got cut off. I get cut off quite often. I didn't even finish my point.
I just cut you off right now, and it's okay.
Your podcast be cutting people off left and right. I'm fucking God.
All right, enough. Let's get to it. Come on, either man.
All right, so what I was saying is, first of all, for us to think that we can't give a proper education with a person making $50,000 is cap. Like, you don't need. Well, let me tell you how you can do it. So we believe that public school, when we start first talking about public school, you think public school is not giving a proper education to your kids to be successful?
No.
Well, it's crazy that majority of the doctors that are coming in, most of the doctors, most of the lawyers went through public school. Most of them are not going through private school. I'm telling you, it is capped, and we're saying
What's the percentage of doctors that graduate from high school that become doctors? What's the percentage?
Almost all of them.
Oh, stop. What's the percentage of people that graduate and become something from public school?
Almost all of them.
Majority of the people in college came from public schools.
There's only 10% of people that make $100,000 a year in America.
What?
No, but that's not the
What do
point
you-
that we're making. The point that we're making, majority of doctors came from public schools.
Majority of people that go to public school don't make a lot of money. They're broke.
That's because they are the majority. Anytime you have the majority of the people, you're gonna have the majority of the success and majority of the failures.
That's my
That's
point.
what you
Majority of
take
people that
out
come
of the
from public
majority.
school don't make a lot of money.
No,
Yeah, because that's majority of the population, of course.
Okay,
So, yeah.
I guys, hold on. Let's table this because I don't know what y'all talking about right now. I'm not even sure what you guys are arguing on this particular point. Let's do something interesting. Sir Charles, you and podcast were going at it about something terrible. Please go at it. I've got some clips that I've been dying to play all night. Please get into it and get into it thick.
All right. So really quickly, it appears, and you know what? I'm not just basing this off of tonight's.
If people don't like it,
this is a history here. And it seems like Brother Podcast, who I have a great respect for, but I don't mind disagreeing with brothers that I feel like, whatever it is. But anyhow, I'm saying it seems like Brother Podcast makes excuses for men who aren't getting the results that they're looking for, and they haven't put the work in. All I'm saying is, listen, every man can get results. Every man, all it takes is changing this up in here. The way you view the world, the way you look at women, the way you approach relationships, the way you approach your money, the way you approach your health. At the end of the day, you'll be surprised the results that you can get by tweaking your mind. But Brother Podcast seems to think that, hey man, no matter what I put out there, I should be able to get X, Y, Z. That's not how the world works. It's not reality. I yield the floor.
We got to give podcast a chance to respond. Damn. And then once podcast is done, let's get my guy, Life Lessons and Either Man Williams in here as well. Harris Trap, feel free to jump in whenever you guys want to. Podcast.
Do I actually get to go this time, like without getting cut off? Because I don't want to start talking if y'all just gonna cut me off.
Come on, podcast. We're not doing that, bro. We all do that sometimes, but it's on you, bro.
I never said none of that shit that you just said, Charles. And this is part of the problem, bro. What I have with being on these panels, it's like y'all just somebody say something and then you make it into something else that they never said. I don't know what you're talking about as far as people complaining about when I'm not on YouTube, I don't see none of this shit that y'all be talking about on YouTube. None of it. Nobody in my real life is complaining about not being able to get the women they want or not being able to make the type of money they want or any of that. Everybody I know is doing what they want to do. The most niggas will do is complain about their girl, but everybody girl get on your nerve. And that's about it. We complain when our kids mess up, it is what it is, but we understand because we was kids once before. But it ain't this whole, man, I'm doing this and this dude got that. Nobody cares, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's obvious that it's something personal going on in your life, and it's obvious that whatever message you got is one that Sir Hale backs. And that's why I was cut off so that you could repeat the same goofy shit again. But at the end of the day, nobody cares what y'all got, bro. If we wanted what you had, we could literally go do what you did to get it. But we don't want to do that. And that's why I'm saying the only thing that I really can hear people saying, like even with Kevin Samuels, the whole message that I got from him up when it came to dealing with women was be qualified for what you want and realize when you ain't. That's pretty much what he was saying. Don't shit on the average dude. He said that a lot. I remember one time he treated this girl so because she called the average man broke. And he treated her so, called her old broad and all kind of stuff. So that's all I'm saying. Like, I was just responding to that point. And what you were saying is that I don't think that's the average dude. If you say that's your message and that's a message you trying to get across, then okay, I can accept that as that's your, your message, that's your platform, that's your your soapbox. I get it. You know what I'm saying? But I was just responding and saying that I don't think that's the majority of men. The majority of men just do what they want to do. They choose the thing that's most comfortable for them. Yeah, they want to be comfortable. And I think it's time for women to get into a place and a position where they understand that our comfortability is just as important as your hypergamy. We not finna spend our lives trying to make sure you straight after we die. We want to have fun. We want to be valued. We want to be loved. We want to be appreciated while we here. Just like earlier, people try to twist it and make it seem like I'm saying men should want to be house husbands. When I literally said out of my mouth, it's on video, you can't take it back, it's there. I literally said I'm not saying that's the move. I'm not saying everybody's supposed to be striving for that. But what I am saying is that we treat men like they don't even deserve to be fathers if they ain't got no money. But nobody ain't telling women they don't deserve to be mothers if they ain't got no money. Being poor or struggling is not gender specific. That shit is not a woman's privilege. It happens. Period. Point blank. I just got Section 8. It was people trying to shame me for that. Like I shouldn't take the same advantage that a woman would take and build off of it the same way a woman would. I shouldn't do that.
Podcast. No one's saying that though.
I didn't say y'all. I said it was people. You see what I'm saying? I literally said it was people. I didn't say this panel. If I meant this panel, I would have said this panel because I say what I really mean.
But
I'm not afraid of none of y'all.
Like, what does that have to do with this particular conversation? This is not about being fearful.
It's about the conversation that I was just having with Sir Charles. Is that men out here in general are not caring about what it is that you got and hating and complaining and send some women down here and all that. You just said him and I were having a discussion. Well, that's what I'm responding to.
I never said anything about what you have. What you have doesn't make you a high value man. I never said that. I said, I've said it several times. Nothing external makes you a high value man. But I will tell you this.
Bro, hold on. You had 9 chances. You had 9 chances. Hold on, bro.
Not podcast.
Are you the type
you
of
act not to be cut off. So
are
we gotta
you
let
the
Sir
type
Charles cook.
Are you
well, you just did.
Hold on.
You just interjected while I was talking to ask me, was I talking about y'all when I said that people tried to shame me for getting Section 8? I had to respond to that and tell you, no, I wasn't talking about y'all.
Really quickly,
right?
I yield the floor. Listen, if we all know, and I'm telling you, women do not respect men who get comfortable.
Okay, cool. You said that already, my man. Cool. Okay, cool.
Your own mouth that most men just want to be comfortable. I say that's a freaking problem with men because
it's not though. That's my point. It's not though.
Hold on. And men seek comfort and then want to get the things that men who put themselves through all kind of bullshit to attain the things that they get.
What is those things? What's those things? Say what's one of those things? No. Respond. Come on, let's go back and forth. He said we get a chance to go back and forth. What's one of those things? Name one of those things.
Women.
Okay, women. What women?
What the choice of women and the respect that you can get from those women. At the end of the day, listen, women, if you understand that women are hypergamous and they're going to choose the best option they could choose at the time, because all women do, right? Why wouldn't you put yourself to be in a position to be the best option? It's what I'm saying. All I'm saying, but you know why? Because men want to be comfortable. Men want to
again. You keep saying so. See how this how you keep contradicting yourself because you keep saying put yourself in the best position to put yourself in a position to be the best option, right? But you keep making that about money.
Money.
I gotta move on. We gotta move on.
Listen, I ran 3 miles today. I did not feel like it. It was raining. It's cold here. I didn't feel like it. But you know what? I want to put my body through the bullshit so I can look good, right? And here's the thing though, I would dare to say that I'm better than that guy who sat on that couch and watched the Bears game today. Yes, I'm better than him because he watched somebody else live their dream. I went out and worked for mine.
And this is what I'm saying. You keep saying he watched somebody else live. You keep saying watch somebody else live their dreams, bro.
And this ain't got nothing to do with money.
Most people get a job and go to work, bro. That's what they do. It's people that literally go to. It's people that literally go
guys.
It's-
Pod. Bro, making a point. So we got to go back and forth with this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right. So, okay. So I
Super
swear to
Sunday.
God, bro. The next time somebody, don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Shout out to
He
Chicago.
keeps repeating he's just repeating the same thing. We heard it.
You ain't
What I'm trying to tell you is this: the thing that you keep, hold on, Charles, please, bro. He's Charles. He's obviously on your side, bro. Can you work with me?
No. See, podcast. You keep on doing that. Like you keep on saying what you don't like what people do when you talk, and then you do the same things to people you don't like.
Because it's constantly being you, sir. You just did it to me.
Podcast. Listen, now, you know how I am, man. I'm fair, but don't lump me into something just because we agree on certain things. This man is speaking for himself, just like you are.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, you saying I don't like when people do that, but bro, what I'm saying is, you said, okay, I gotta let them finish. But when I was talking, you cut me off because you thought I was talking about y'all, and I wasn't.
Let me tell you something. Let me. So you, me.
See, now you're not gonna address that.
Podcast. You got to listen and let me address it, bro.
That's crazy.
You, me, Sir Charles, we can talk for a long time. So I cut us off because we can't talk for 10 minutes and then respond to 10 minutes worth of dialogue. Got to break it down in chunks. That's why I keep interjecting so we can actually have a back and a forth.
But you only cut me off all night long. I'm going to review the show, and I'm going to show that you never cut him off, not one time. He even kept saying, I know I can be long-winded. I know I can be long-winded. Let me just say this, and I'm going to yield the floor.
But this is what everybody's been saying. I'm going to say this real quick. Real quick turns into 6-7 minutes. That's why I keep going back and forth. You guys, we're
okay.
On
can I say one thing to Sir Charles, bro, and then I'll just leave, bro, because you obviously don't want me here. Sir Charles, bro, listen to me.
You know what? I'm even gonna stop you, bro.
People go to school, bro, to be welders. They don't make a whole lot of money. That might be something that people just want to do. I'm actually looking into that now because I have an opportunity to pick up a skill. So I'm looking into that myself. When I looked into it, I see the average welder, they ain't making a lot of money, man. But it's people that just actually like what they do. And this is what I'm saying. When you say that they comfortable, yes, you only get one life. That's it. That's all you get. I've buried a lot of people. Not one of them have ever came back and said, yo, I'm back, bro. So there's a lot of guys out here that just find something and they sticking to it. And that's just what it is. I had a homie that worked at the post office. He was good at the post office. It was what it was. But then he lost the post office job. Guess what? He spent a couple of years in the warehouses. The train came around and now he's a conductor. Is he making 6 figures now? Yes. But if the train would have never came around, he would have been all right in the warehouse making 22, 23. What you keep making it seem like, oh, they comfortable because they only making 50,000. What about everything else? What about who they are as a person? What about how they treat other people? What about their character? What about how they are as husbands? What about how they are as fathers, as siblings, as patrons of a church? Like, why isn't all of those other things them being the best versions of themselves?
Okay,
why does the best version of a man have to include 6 figures?
Let's let Charles respond to this now.
Okay. All right. I'll keep it brief. I am not talking to the guy.
Y'all just don't say that. Don't say real quick. Don't say be brief. Don't say I'm the floor.
Right. I'm not talking to the guy that is in that lifestyle and is not complaining. I'm not talking to him. I am talking to the guy who's complaining. Simply complaining. You know something's wrong in your life, but you want the world to fix it and not you. I'm talking to that guy. Yeah, because you have the power to change your world, but you won't because you're comfortable. And I'm not talking to you, brother. I'm talking to someone else out there who's going to listen to this stream tonight and realize that it is in my power to change my reality. I can change my world. I can change it. It is not up to everybody else. It ain't up to every other circumstances. It ain't up to my parents who may have instilled things in me. It's not up to the women in my life. It ain't up to it's up to me. I can change the result. And it all starts here. You change your mind, you can change your world. That is my whole message. I'm talking to the guys who are complaining. If you're not complaining, if you are not complaining, then live your life and be well. And I ain't got no issue. I'm sick of men complaining and don't want to do nothing about it. Men complain from the couch with the remote in their hand. Oh, the world is bullshit, and this and that. And these women, and let me change the channel. Yeah, but you won't get up and do anything. Man, you look at the work, and you look at other men who are getting up and doing the work, and you're jealous of them. And all I'm saying is you can do it. And I'm not talking to you specifically. I'm talking to men. You can do it too, but you won't because it's hard work. It's hard. Nothing good comes from comfort. Everything that's good comes from pain and pressure and stress and testing and you being tested. No good man in this world, a real good man, has had an easy life. A good man has had an effed up life and learned how to navigate through that. Let me tell you something real quick. I was at my daughter's
Wait, what?
Just saying. As y'all can see, he ain't being cut off, right? Okay.
I was at my daughter's cosmetology graduation tonight, and we hear a ruckus in the corner. I'm gonna spare y'all the details, but
hold on, Sir Charles. 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 Hold on, Sir Charles.
Oh,
I just cut you off as well. Equal now. Go ahead.
You can go ahead now. Let's go.
The father of an autistic child was physically abusing him in the corner. My ex-wife and myself had to diffuse the situation. This man was a weak man. He beat the hell out of this child in the corner of the graduation ceremony. I told this man, I said, sir, and among many things that took place tonight, I said, sir, obviously something is going on with you internally. I said, because the stronger you are, the more gentler you can afford to be. I would have never thought to beat the shit out of my autistic child because I whoop real niggas. I'm sorry. Let me calm down. All right.
Yes, we got to reel it in and give podcast a chance to respond.
All right. So what I'm saying is, my anger is to weak men who make excuses for themselves and their existence, and everything else is around because weak men are a danger to society. And that's why I'm so passionate about what I speak. It's not just about women and the women you can get. And it's a mindset. Are you really the best version of you that you can be? And if you are, shut the hell up and stop complaining.
All right, podcast can respond. Then after this,
yeah.
we're gonna get the new panelists in here as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say this and then I'm done, bro. Hey, so Charles, if you watch the show, because I'm gonna react to the show, you'll see that earlier on I said, bro, if that's just your message, then I get that. I was just responding to it and saying I don't think the average dude is out here, woo woo. And I'm not trying to stifle your message, and I wasn't trying to gaslight you either. I said all of that, right? But of course, the chat probably ain't gonna know that. But what I was trying to do before I was cut off earlier, and then they went to Nyla and they went on left everybody else, was say about the actual topic, which was the Urkel situation, right? And saying that I don't think that it's necessarily about men picking wrong, because I think, like Sister Hanifa said, all of us is coming from broken places. So many of us is coming from dysfunctional places. And I think that we pick for the wrong reasons. But I don't necessarily think we pick the wrong women. Because you cannot guarantee that any woman is going to behave in any situation, or I mean, not situation, but you can't guarantee that any woman is going to behave a certain way throughout the duration of a relationship. It's a reason why the average relationship lasts 2.5 years, the average marriage lasts 8.5 years, and the average marriage in the Black community lasts 5 years. It's a reason why, and it ain't just because men just pick wrong. You know what I'm saying? There is a universal dysfunction there. I believe if two people get together and they are determined to be together and make that thing work and see it through and become the best version of themselves, like the Bible say, where two becomes one, right? So they are determined to become the best version of themselves. I don't think it really matters what dysfunction is there. They will overcome it, but it takes two and not one. And that's what I wanted to say to the original topic.
Now, look, I like that point. We can marry for the wrong reason, but that doesn't mean it's the wrong person. Interesting thought. Men of Prestige, let's do your final thoughts really quickly. And because I know you got to go. And we got a show tomorrow. I'll share it on my community tab again. Looking forward to it.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you, gentlemen. I'm sure everyone here, we're all good people, you know. We're just trying to get to the bottom of the conversation. Here's what I'm going to leave all of us with. It's very simple. We don't, in this generation, especially if you're searching right now, you all, let me say you all, I've been out of this game for 15 years. You don't know how to do relationship. That's the majority of the situation. There's a minority of the situation that don't pick right. There's a minority of the situation that pick terrible women. Minority. Majority simply don't know how to do relationship. And it's evident by the difficulty that we have in, you know, holding ourselves accountable. It has to be somebody else's fault but self. And I yield. Thank you, gentlemen, for having me.
The first person to mean it when you say you're going to be quick.
Real quick. All right, bro. Later.
All right, bro.
All right.
I have guys.
I shout out to M3. E-Man is in the building. Kiera. All right, so I think we good. Men of Prestige, are we good?
I'll see you guys as well too.
Okay, good, man. Okay. Oh yeah, salute to you. So let's get life lessons in here, and then let's get Dusto, and then E-Man, and then M3. Of course, our host. So Harris Trap, all of us who've been on here for the whole show, we can get in whenever we want to get in. So but let's start with life lessons. How are you, man?
I'm good. How you doing?
Good. Thanks for being up here. What you got for us?
After all that, I forgot what that damn topic is. It's just so much going on back and forth. But I think from what I heard, do men pick wrong? I would say yes, especially at a young age. I would say for me, it happened to me at a young age because I picked a woman who I later learned going through my own trials and tribulations that she was a younger version of my own mother. And because that's kind of what I grew up with, you know, being raised by a single mother, not having a father in my life or even a father figure around, that's kind of what I was used to. So I didn't really know anything better. I didn't know that peace existed when you just kind of grew up around chaos your whole life. And because you're so engulfed in that, you tend to pick a woman that acts like your mother, and that's kind of all you know. So you don't really realize that you deserve something better than what you grew up with, even though it wasn't the best situation.
Yep, E-Man.
What is that dude talking about?
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. But listen, so the point that I wanted to say, I got to cover a couple things, right? So the first thing, when we started talking about the first video, Andrew Tate, he was giving advice to people that are at a high stature. We talking the top 10%. The biggest problem is that the people are taking the rules for the top 10% and they're trying to apply it to average people. I think it's a level of delusion if a guy do not accomplish anything, but he think he's supposed to qualify for the same thing I qualified for after I go out and put the work in. We don't qualify for the same things because I have put the work in, and that's why I'm going to get a little bit more. And this idea that a woman is going to stop my growth or keep my growth from going, I think it's completely what we're seeing is a level of disillusion. And I wanted to answer your question because I know I'm a guest here. Your question is, are men picking wrong? Absolutely. 100% they're picking wrong. The reason I say that men are picking wrong is because I'm having these conversations with men and I say, hey, what's the best woman for you? And they say, this is the best woman for me, but she's not my race, or she's not this, or she's not that. And they have this sense of loyalty and they're not loyal to their future self. So they're picking wrong because they think they have to be loyal to something that's not loyal to them. And what we got to do is open up our mind and say, we're doing wrong and we got to go into a different direction if we want to be successful. And that's what I feel about the topic.
But those men are not picking though, right?
Hey, really quickly, can somebody please check on Hale to see if it has frozen over? Because I actually agree with E-Man. Can someone check on Hale? Someone who has a close relationship with the devil. Can you check on Hale to see?
Oh, hell no.
He said, nah, dog. He said, nah, it's good down there.
It's good.
Of course you agree with him because both of you have attained a certain level of success, and see any man that might look at you a certain way or disagree with you as jealous of you, and you want to parade your ego around when don't nobody really give a damn about what either one of y'all have accomplished, bro.
It has nothing to do with success. Nothing to do with success. It has everything to do.
It has everything to do with success because the guy who worked at the warehouse with me, he didn't talk like how y'all talk. He didn't think everybody was running around jealous of him.
I've been getting beautiful women my whole life, right? Working at McDonald's, my mindset has always been about money. I was always thinking about,
Thank you for admitting that.
Hold on, really quickly. Even working at McDonald's, I didn't think about.
I've been saying real quickly for the whole show.
I never thought about thinking about $100,000, this and that. All I wanted to do is, am I the best version of myself right now? And I never got into like what other guys were doing. I was the best version that I was at that time working at McDonald's. Beautiful women are not strange to me because of my mindset. I'm never comfortable. Women do not respect comfortable men. And this is a message for anyone who
But they still have sex with them.
And I think this is scriptural. I'm gonna say this and I'll yield the floor. I think this is scriptural. When they say when the scripture that says, he who has an ear, let them hear. That is whoever this message is for. Let them hear what I'm saying, and they will receive it accordingly. Women do not respect comfortable men. So if you are comfortable, then you get what the fuck you get. If you get what you get, if you right, and if you are not comfortable, then don't complain about it. Change your situation. Otherwise, if you just want to complain about it, and so people will feel sorry for me, and then maybe the women will give me some sympathy puss, and then maybe right. You get what the hell you get. All I'm saying is real men command what the hell we get. I get what I get because I demand it. I demand it because I worked for it.
If people don't like it for being yourself.
Sir Hale, can I ask podcast one question?
I'm sorry. Praise God. Amen.
Really.
One question.
Hey, can you make it a yes or no?
Hold on, everybody. Hold on.
Can you make it a yes or no question?
Hold on a second, guys. Hold on. That's Sir Charles playing with Jesus. Jesus, if you watching this, all of us. So anybody else want to respond to this?
Can I ask one question? I really want to ask them just one question.
Can it be a yes or no, please?
It be no.
That one question is going to lead to a rebuttal. You know that.
We would probably
So Charles,
go ahead real quick. Really quickly, bro.
We'll make it quick. Should the CEO of McDonald's have the same options as the guy flipping burgers of women?
That's it right there.
Yes.
And you're delusional. And if you,
I know. You know why? But you know why? Because this what it is, right? So you're gonna pick some bony ass fucking, pretty woman looking, Julia Roberts looking woman and say, yeah, this is the top. Like, bro, this is what I'm trying to tell you. We don't even want the same thing.
This how it goes. Sir Charles is a high value man who can't get a wife or can't stay married, and you a high value man who can't get a black woman.
No,
Damn, wait. I was supposed to let people talk and not cut them off. Look at that. I was supposed to let people talk and not cut them off. And look at how it's so easy for Sir Charles to cut me off.
Let me tell you something, guys.
Look at that. When he was saying about me, mischaracterizing me, he got to get through the whole sentence without me interrupting.
It's on the planet I can't get back right now. Right now. I make that decision. You know why? Because I operate from power, abundance, and leadership.
My man, appreciate you.
I'm him.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'm happy and I'm proud for you. I'm happy and I'm proud for you. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is this. I don't know who these guys are you talking to. I'm not trying to tell you not to have your message. But at the end of the day, I know ego when I see it. And that's what you and the man are parading right now. And I'm trying to tell y'all that these guys y'all think give a fuck. They don't. They don't want your woman. They don't want your job. They don't want your career. They don't want nothing you got, bro.
So can I respond?
I can get that same skull cap you got on right now. Matter of fact, mine better than yours.
This from a donation. I donated to
mine better than yours right now.
Donation.
It's a donation. It's a real beanie.
So listen.
This a real beanie.
So, sir, I just want to respond because he included me in his rebuttal. The one thing I'm gonna tell you, Sir Hale, I'm happy. You can say whatever you want to say. I'm happy. I'm not complaining about women, and I'm in a situation that I really appreciate what my wife add to my life. I'm not talking about I don't have a woman's problem. So all the stuff that men can get on panels and say about me when they say they don't want what I got, every show they do, they talking about they want what I got. So stop fucking lying. They over here talking about, I wish I had a woman that was loyal. I wish this and I wish that. Yeah, a lot of y'all cap. Y'all want exactly what I got. So stop lying, get your back so that you can get what I got so you can stop complaining on YouTube.
Your woman ain't black. And as long as your woman ain't black, we don't want what you want. The reason why we complain is because we trying to date women that look like us.
No, podcast.
That's why you see niggas that look like me. Well, I don't complain, but that's why you see niggas complain.
No, you do complain.
That's over the line, bro.
You complain like
bro.
You complain to that.
Time out. Hold on. Time out. So Hale, how's that over the line?
Hold on, guys. Everybody stay there. Bro, one thing we don't do is bring up somebody's wife, and just because she's of a different race, he's less qualified to speak on something or give his perspective.
That's not what I just did.
But it looks like that's what you just did.
Well, then that's too bad for them, Sir Hale, because that's not what I just did, and you know it's not. So instead of wait, Sir Hale, instead of saying what it looked like, why not let us let the people know what it meant? Because that's not what I did.
I'm with you when you're right, but that disqualifies a person based off of who he's married to. If you didn't know who he was married to, it would make a difference. So we're not going to use that she's a different nationality as a talking point to say we don't want what he has. He's successful. And most of us want success in business and relationship, and he has something to offer. And we're not going to let that
Sir Hale, bro, listen, we're supposed to be better than this. We're supposed to want people to think we're supposed to want people to think with their brains and feel with their hearts, not think with their hearts and feel with their brains. What I said was these men who he's talking about, they don't want what he has because they want it with a black woman. That's not a diss. That's facts. Most people marry people who come from their race. Most people get with and procreate with people who come from their race. That is what most black men want. Women who look like them. And that's the reason why you see these men complaining. The reason why they spend so much time complaining is because they want a black woman. They may want the black woman to act like his woman, but that's still a difference. It's not a diss. And if anybody was too unintelligent to understand that, screw them.
No.
Because if we want to hold everybody accountable, we want to hold podcasts accountable for everything. We need to hold people accountable for listening correctly. Because I'm not responsible for people hearing wrong.
So even if what you're saying is correct, The truth is, most people marry what's in proximity to them. So if they were around different people of different nationalities, and that's what their options were, they would do that. So even what you're saying, that base, that point is
That's a
wrong
good
in and
point.
of itself, right? So I don't want my guests to feel like we're attacking them, and certainly I don't want the wives. So this is why I wanted to take some time for us to clarify that. I don't want anybody to feel like we're taking a personal shot at them, because people would assume that we are.
No, either man know me. He know there wasn't no, like, I ain't got nothing against interracial dating. He know there wasn't no shot.
Right,
I know that's how I know about the situation.
All right, so let me do this. Tomorrow, guys, I'm going to do a reaction to podcast. I'm going to do it before he does it on me. You guys stay tuned for this message. All right, podcast, let's get back to it, y'all. Let's have a conversation, y'all.
No, I was gonna say, because
okay, let me say something real quick, if you guys don't mind. Because I never got a chance to talk real quick.
My mic not working?
And since Either Man is back, let's just make sure, Either Man, you knew that wasn't no diss, right?
Yeah, I knew that a lot of guys, not you, but if we take it away from you, a lot of guys have to.
They call podcast stuff. I'm afraid of him. Say it was him.
No, listen. No,
I ain't, because he know I ain't never did that. I ain't never shitted on his situation.
I'm trolling, bro. I'm trolling.
I know.
A lot of guys, when they see how I am winning and how I am moving, they got to have a reason why it's for me, and it got to be. I hear it all the time, and so I didn't take it personal. But that doesn't disclaim that people still want to be married, people still want to be successful, and they still want their woman to listen. And if you got that problem, I got all those things that you want. So sometimes I tell people you might need to stop talking and you might need to start listening. And that's all that was.
So does anybody
grab a piece of the bag and stick it.
Okay. So Hale, can I jump in real quick?
Is on this panel.
Okay.
Does anybody know that guy?
Who?
His name is AP9.
Who?
AP9. His name is AP9. Do you know who he is? Okay. Ice-T, very successful, married, wife listens to him, all that. He smashed her. Also Kobe's wife, also Kim Kardashian. So this whole thing of, oh, I'm successful and I'm white and we all want what you want, not really, bro, because we know the behind the scenes of what goes on behind that too sometimes. So I kind of get where podcasts coming from with the, it ain't always peaches and roses because you're successful and you got this and that. Like it's way more complex than, that shit.
So
Okay, so you guys mind if I jump in real quick? Because I want to rebuttal. Hold on, guys.
This turned into Fight Club.
Yeah. Let's get an M3 in here.
All right, cool.
Hold on, M3, on behalf of America, redeem this conversation.
Say again, leave the conversation? What's that, sorry?
I said on behalf of America, redeem this conversation.
Oh, I certainly will, I mean,
if people don't like it, if you're big.
Since I am qualified with the personality, right? So look, I got 3 bullet points that I want to say, right? Now, look, I understand, for men that actually created their own value, yes, they do deserve, right, to not just settle down with low-hanging fruit. If you're a man, right, that's taking certain steps and you worked your way up to the top, yeah, you should have your right to try to pick, the right type of woman. But here's the thing. I also do agree with Great Pill Podcast and what he's saying, that you don't really know, what the woman will turn out when you do choose her. But let me say this, though, right? If a man has value, right, okay, and how does he lead with that value? As far as trying to get the woman, do he lead with with his charisma, or do he lead with his wallet? Because then that kind of determines where he stands and what type of woman that he's really looking for. The problem is that a lot of men, right, that actually have a substantial amount of money, they usually tend to try to lead with their wallets. I mean, like I said, I don't know what type of conversation that they typically have, but do you really want a woman, right, that's going to at least, like you for you, or do you want a woman, right, that's only going to stick around as long as your bankroll is rolling? And now, look, and I understand, don't get it twisted now, right? Because women, they do love a man with ambition, so men they definitely have to keep pursuing bigger things, because women are not going to just be content with complacency. So I think, overall, men, they still have to focus on like the right things, and it's still good to try to focus on your purpose, but make sure that you stay focused on like, choosing like quality women. That's the point I'm looking at.
So can I respond to Tommy B since he commented on my situation? All right. So I think what we do is we compare average people, or I wouldn't say average. We compare normal people to celebrities, and we say all these things happen in celebrity life. What I was speaking on is what I am hearing people say in these spaces. They say, "I want to be married. I want loyalty. I want these things." I can't speak for everybody else in this space, but I believe I have that. Now, y'all, people from the outside can say whatever they want to say. And if I have what people want, I think instead of discrediting who I marry, you might should listen to what I was saying. So I just want to clarify that up. That I'm not saying.
My point was Ice-T believed he had that too.
You said what?
Ice-T believed he had that too.
I think as celebrities, they got other different agreements, and they be like, I think celebrities is just messing.
Trust me, he ain't agree to that.
Let me tell you something. We keep on saying that.
About that.
Yeah, we keep saying that, guys. That celebrities are just so different. Celebrities are just regular people.
So Tommy,
a lot of stuff to hide
all
behind.
the high value men are gonna get cheated on. If we're gonna paint that false narrative,
I didn't say that it was all going to get cheated on, but you niggas act like it's like some kryptonite that you want.
No, I get what you're saying.
Can get it.
No, I get what you're saying, but the way that you put it is as if, oh no, them dudes getting cheated on. They ain't. So if that's the point,
they're getting cheated on too.
Right, but here's the thing: you can better deal with that situation when you have options.
Hold on, Joe.
When you approach a relationship from a position of power, abundance, and leadership. Abundance, meaning you have many women checking for you because you him, right? So now the thing about it is a lot of men go on these suicidal, homicidal missions because they put their all into that woman because that's all they know. That woman is their world. That woman is their world. At the end of the day, I'm saying when you look at the world differently, I'm saying you position yourself where women are checking for you in and out. If a woman cheats on you, you can handle that differently. Oh, it's like, okay, go ahead, love. Go on with them. I have other options. I wish you well.
That's such a big point. That's a big point there.
I wish you well.
What just happened with the Green Ranger?
With the what?
With the Green Ranger.
But that's what he's saying. Like that's what we're saying. When men put too much focus in a woman, that's too much control over your life, and no man should give that power away.
Correct? From what I
agree with that.
But that's the point that I'm making. So any man, success means any difference, and I think that's what Sir Charles is alluding to. No man should be putting everything.
No, I agree with that.
I'll say it like this: unless she has proven that you can trust her on that level, you can't bestow that on that because it could cost you dearly. So, Sir Charles, I wholeheartedly agree with that point.
Or unless you pimping her. I mean, we got to be honest. Like, look, I don't know why y'all be wanting to hate, but look, everybody. Hey, look, Sir Hale know how to fade the black now, bro. You gotta show me how to do that. Look, no, y'all be wanting. Look, the sister already told y'all. Human beings are complicated. You cannot push everybody into the same box. You can't fit the circle into the square peg type of situation, bro. On one hand, we got one guy up here who's uber successful, can't keep a wife, ain't married now. You got another guy up here that's uber successful, and he got a wife, but he had to get a wife from another culture because the women in our culture don't act like the woman from his culture. And that was just for the slow people in the back. That was the point I was trying to make earlier when I mentioned his wife. The guys that they talking about who are doing all this complaining, they're complaining about black women. They're not sitting on these panels saying, man, these Filipino women don't act right, and these Chinese women don't act right, and these Arab women don't act right. They're saying the black women don't act right. So why are they complaining about black women? Because those are the women they really want. They don't really want to go outside of their race. They want to stay within their race. And that's why they spend their time complaining. You see what I'm saying? Now, it can be argued that a lot of or some of those guys, right, don't qualify for a foreign chick. I don't think I could get one. You know what I'm saying? Even if it didn't have anything to do with money, because I wouldn't even like her, and I think she'd know that. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, I don't think I qualify for a foreign chick. I know I could get a white girl. I just never have. But at the end of the day, I'm just saying, like, bro, we have to be honest in these situations. Everybody ain't the same. There are some men who gonna get with women who are women of means, like a man would be, and they're gonna take from what that woman gives them, and they're gonna use that to build themselves up. And there's a very good chance that when they build themselves up, they're gonna leave that woman.
Not tonight,
That's a
Peter.
very good.
Your ass.
In some cases where they actually don't lead a woman, they get with the woman and she funds their dreams and what they're trying to build, and they have a bond and a relationship with that woman that spreads beyond, you know, pimping, because at the end of the day, this woman believed in him and invested in him. Those type of situations happen. We can't expect for everybody to have the same story, bro. We gotta
Let
be
me
honest.
ask all the gentlemen this real quick, because we say this a lot. Do you know of men who've done that? Come from
Heck
nothing.
yeah.
Let me finish. So, see, cut me up. See, man, I'm gonna do a reaction right after this. And if you do a podcast, if you do a live, I'm gonna go live and I'm gonna stream your live and react live to your live. I swear on everything I love. I swear on everything I love. Now, so do you guys know, like, real talk, men who had a woman who really held them down? Now, he came from nothing. She helped build him up. He gets successful and he really leaves. I know it happens. But I'm saying, do you guys see this happening often?
No.
Not often.
No.
Nah.
I should have let you
And that's
finish
what
the
I'm
question,
saying.
because the answer is actually no.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? So I don't think most men do that. I think most men, I'll tell you what I really think. I think most men who develop themselves with somebody sometimes should leave, but they don't leave because they feel a sense of loyalty and obligation to that person, and it ends up hurting them in the long run, and they end up cheating and doing something far worse. Right? I think that happens more than a man leaving a woman who built him up. What do you guys think about that?
I have seen it. But it wasn't the majority of the time. One time, I know a guy who was married to a woman, but it wasn't really like that's what it was at that time, right? When he was stepping out of high school and going off into his life or whatever. But it wasn't what he really, really, really wanted, and he always knew that in the back of his mind. He put a few years into it and built himself up, but then he ended up moving around. But the majority of the time, you're right. What I have seen is those guys tend to stay with those women. But here's the caveat I would add, Sir Hale. The times when they do get built up and they leave, it's because the chick was probably a fat white girl. You know what I'm saying? Or somebody that they wasn't really attracted to like that anyway. You know what I'm saying? So the whole reason why they was even there was to take from that person to build themselves up.
Podcast,
To be able to put themselves in a position to get who they really want.
I got a quick
Now,
question.
hello, podcast. Your answers are getting precipitously worse as we go along. So look,
y'all don't want me to be honest. Okay, I'm gonna just laugh from now on.
I got a question for brother podcast.
Charles, you been talking. Y'all two been hogging the mic.
Yeah, I've been waiting to hear from Dusto all night.
Pass the damn mic. Damn.
Jump in like you would, brother.
Hey, look, when it's after a certain time, you guys know y'all got to jump in because the talkers are gonna talk.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, plus my joint was acting up earlier too, so I'm trying to make up for lost time.
Now I'm trying to refer to a couple of points from earlier. They were quite dusty. It's are men picking right? Well, you see, they're going after the good-looking women, but they're not going for a woman who's as good for them. No, or the women. They need to stop going after them six-figure successful guys. They need to go get them the average man, because he's going to be by her side and build. And no, you get the best option available. That's how it works. If you can attract, you get the best. You don't see the Lakers saying, "Well, I could inbound the ball and let Kobe take the last winning shot," but that ain't fair. I'm gonna give it to Raheem. No.
What year is this again? What year?
I'm just saying. How about no? But all the time we want to shame. You can't shame and start stuffing stuff. Like, they come to me all the time when I tell people who I am, what I got going on. So what are you looking for? Well, a woman that goes to the gym and is looking quite slim, trim, and oh no, you don't. Get one of them fat Southern sisters, 400. No. But why are we really gonna tell women? No, just average guys are disposable. You can go get another one. They're around the corner. Get another one. That's just the reality.
I
It's
really,
average. If she
Somebody
can
gotta
get
check
better,
that.
get the best.
I want to
You
ask
ain't got to worry about building.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
now, hold on, here's the thing. Now, if she average and her attitude ain't right and some other things, she got some kids, you might want to go get that average dude. But we're not going to shame people and beat and stuff these beautiful 120-pound women into the dust or into the average or to the I kind of sort of dude. No.
Yeah.
How about no?
Oh, Tommy.
Oh,
was that?
Microphone off.
Just like
your mic is going bad, brother.
Minutes are coming for Tommy.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
let me
just
say
like
this.
not coming to
Overall,
me or some of the other dudes and stuffing a Wigosaurus 400-pound baby mama saying, oh, well, she's had it rough. No.
So, hey, hold on. Before we move
And
this,
hold on. One more thing, E-Man. One more. We're not
asking-
going to keep attacking their character either. Well, if he make 100 grand, he going to cheat on you. Those men's is bad. No. How do you think they got to making that money? All of them white-collar criminals? Are we serious?
That's dope.
You know them Instagram pretty girls, they can't cook. They can't, well, they ain't. Stop the shame. There are people who win and there are people who are garbage and there are people who are average. That's what it is.
I want to say this. We got to get E-Man in here, but I want to say this to you personally. I don't want you to ever watch 12 Years a Slave again. I want you to not watch that again because the voice you're doing is straight from that movie. So, E-Man, do you have a response for Mr. Dusto?
Yeah, I wonder, but I got to answer your question because you asked a really important question that I feel nobody answered. So you asked, these men that build with these women, when they move up, are the men leaving the women, right? And the answer is no, but the pressure, what I'm seeing in these spaces, is causing the women to leave because now he's requiring so much more of her at that level. And so at that bottom level. So since the pressure is more and he's requiring more, some of the women are leaving that situation. They say, I'd rather just take half and it doesn't require me to put in any work. So that I think women are leaving men once they get to a certain level and require more. And I wanted to answer that question.
Yeah, but that's cap though. That's cap.
Somebody go check E-Man's temperature because he actually making sense tonight to me.
So hold on. So you agree with E-Man?
Yeah.
I fairly agree.
It's been really good having these gentlemen on the show tonight. They had some perspective on tonight.
Right.
Hey, because at the end of the day, for men who are mission oriented, we're constantly on the move, and we expect our women to move with us. And a lot of times it don't happen, right? And a lot of times it don't happen. Our women don't keep pace with how we're moving. And so that pressure is too great. E-Man is
but keep pace with what though? Keep pace with what? Because the woman is just supposed to. What you keep up with?
No, you don't just sit around and look pretty. You move with how we moving. At the end of the day, okay, listen. If I go from a fry cook at McDonald's to now I'm a manager at some oil company, and then I move from manager to owner of a business. Your role is going to be different in my life as a helpmeet. Your role is going to be different. When I was at McDonald's flipping fries, you just to look pretty and sit in the passenger seat of 86 Cutlass Supreme. All right. Mm-hmm. Now I am VP of oil distribution of XYZ company, right? Your role is different. You now you need to move with me.
So that's not realistic.
Her role shouldn't increase as much.
It's not
realistic, bro.
It's not realistic for the average person. And what I'm saying is, for men who are of an elite mindset, who think elite ways to go about the world, that woman needs to keep pace with him, or he's gonna outgrow her, and she's gonna feel the pressure.
So you upgrade yourself to a different woman?
What does she need?
She's gonna feel the pressure of I'm not keeping up. Here's the thing.
Well, if he becomes a VP, she doesn't need to grow that much. She just needs to maintain the household.
Well, look at me. I'm saying for me. I fried fries at McDonald's, right? And now I own a business. Men grow. Men who are
where is she supposed to
oriented
be doing?
continue to grow. Hold on.
I want to this question. Hold on, sir. Let me
Bro, make it realistic. That's Tyler Perry movie.
That's a
It's elite nigga shit.
That's that Calvin commercial.
What is she supposed to be doing though?
Come on, bro.
I mean, he's making a lot of.
Hey man, your mic.
Hey, somebody got to change your microphone because
Hey man, your mic ain't working.
It's not
Your
my
mic is
mic. That's not my mic. That's whoever just came in. I'm telling you, I can hear it.
You
It's
good
someone
now?
else. So listen. So Sir Hale he's making so much sense because when he was on Fries, she just had to look cute. But now that I'm a CEO,
Damn.
Okay, now he went out.
It's your Wi-Fi, you man.
God, please, what you saying?
Let me tell you guys, there's nothing worse than a high value man having terrible internet connection.
But there's nothing much a woman has to increase by.
So Charles, you're not being realistic. When he was on Fries,
wait, sir. I can't remember your name. Anyways, Charles, right? So I have a question, right? So would it be the same like expectation, right? If somebody got moved or something, would it be the same expectation, right? If you were like, let's just say you were just a bum, right? And your woman leveled up and she's in an executive type of position, right? So will you be okay that you go by her rules, fall in suit? Change up your type of style because now she's above you and she's doing well for herself and you're where you at.
I'm glad you asked. What's your name, brother?
M3.
M3?
Mm-hmm.
M3. M3. I'm glad you asked. Because at the end of the day, this is my charge to all people. I don't give a damn if you're a man or a woman. Be realistic. At the end of the day, if you are a man and you are stagnant at the point where you and your woman were just struggling and you never progressed your goddamn self and she's gone on to be a CEO of a company, you need to check yourself. But what you're saying is, brother, is that, you know what, she needs to look back and pick me up because I'm still here. No, my position is this. Men specific, and this is why my attack is on men largely, is because I believe that men. Hold on, Dusto.
Tyler Perry movie, bro.
Men should be the heads of our families, which means we're the heads of our communities. Which means
Charles, hold on 1 second. Somebody's microphone. Yeah, we've been struggle streaming all night. So I'm gonna give us about another 20-ish minutes. Then we're gonna wrap it up. But somebody's microphone is terrible.
If a woman has a higher position,
AR, we gotta let Sir Charles finish. I want him to lose.
But he's been going all night though.
No, right? Because I've been cooking, bro. I'm getting a plate.
Man, y'all been on the same
point. Because I'm the chef. Listen, and I get it. I get it. So what I'm saying is, my language is targeted to men because, as I said earlier, where the head goes, the body will follow. And without the head, the body can't function. Society has gotten the head all locked goddamn sided, and the body is all over the place. If men took our rightful places, right, then the women have no choice but to acquiesce to the way we're going. But we're all over the place. And so at the end of the day, all I'm saying is, if you haven't pushed yourself to be at least on the same level as your woman, then be prepared to lose her to a
I definitely get that.
Man. But don't complain about
Charles,
it.
I have two questions for you.
Wait, hold on,
I promise you I'm gonna yield the floor. I think it's last day. I am so tired of these complaining ass men who won't do the work. You're complaining.
Right. Yeah, we all get that.
We're not gonna do the work.
Guys. You gotta let him finish.
Real quick, I'll make the last
Listen,
point.
I am after M3.
Asking me a question. You're asking me a question. I have no sympathy for lazy men. I have no sympathy for weak men. I have no sympathy for men who can't understand that you are in control of your own reality. I don't know what the hell you deal with, but I tell you what, if you are complaining, then it's you.
And I get that.
Hold on. M3, hold on. We got to get AR, and then we'll come back to you.
Wait, but that's why I asked. But he gave me the answer. I just wanted to rebuttal just real quick, sir. It's gonna take like 5 seconds.
Anybody who say real quick,
no, seriously.
Anybody who say real quick going for it's a strike. M3, you just came on the stream, got a strike, and the whole panel messed it up for you. Let's get AR. and then we'll get back to M3.
But like I do have, and we can move it around. I do have two questions for Charles.
Two questions.
What?
No, please ask somebody else.
When a woman,
Slightly rapidly.
when a woman is supposed to step up after marriage, what if he reaches an executive level? Besides being a good wife and a good mother, what additional how much higher does she don't need to climb any additional levels? So she could be stagnant where she's at. That's number one. And number two, if your wife happen to get a higher position than you, and she becomes some sort of executive, whatever, there shouldn't be enough. Y'all should have the same banking account where you should be trying to get where she's at through her. Because if she's in a hiring process, she can hire you to you're making $50,000. You work under her company. You're making $100,000 like that. That doesn't make you less of a man.
All right. So here's my point again.
First question,
and then we got to get into
she supposed to be
this.
doing? What is she supposed to be doing once she become a wife?
Okay. Listen. I want to preface my answers by saying I am not talking about men who are not complaining. If you are not complaining, then you good.
But the first question is that right. The first question is that your wife doesn't have to keep up with you. Keep up like what?
Okay. All right. Listen. And so that being said, we understand that it is a man's position. Masculine men are understood that we're going to provide, we're going to protect, we're going to offer priesthood, which is leadership, and we're going to offer problem solving, which means 9 out of 9, our woman is beneath us on many levels. They look for us for all of those things. So we're not asking men are typically asking for women to keep pace with us on the same level.
Like
what? We are asking, hold on.
Like what? But name it though.
What we are asking is women support us in our endeavors and not act counter to what we're trying to do. Now, if I'm trying to elevate and you trying to bring me down, then you are acting counter to what I am trying to do.
How would she elevate? How would she keep up with you?
Well, okay, all right. I'm glad you asked, brother, because apparently you have an experience. Listen, you have to do laundry, right? Everybody on the panel here has to do laundry, correct?
No,
right?
I don't.
If you had a woman to do your goddamn laundry, then that would take stress off you, and you could focus that energy on someone else.
That's not keeping up the pace with me.
Hold on. Everybody here has some place to live, correct? If you had a woman,
laundry is not stressful, dog.
Hold on. No. What I'm saying is, if you have a woman that is in your life, making your life easier, no matter what level you're on, then that woman is an asset to you. If this woman, if you get to a certain plateau and this woman starts to be a liability, she like, yo, I don't like how you know. Similar to me when I gave my life over to the Lord. Okay.
So her being a decent person, just because that's just being good.
She acted counter to what I was on, and at that point, I felt like, oh, yo.
Hey, yeah, guys, hold on, guys. When we cut each other off, it's hard to understand what's being said. Now, Sir Charles, we're going to give you a little break because you didn't.
I've been talking for 20 minutes.
Your jaw's got to be tired.
Let's get him 3, and then we got to get the Harris Tribe, Kiara, and I got to get my man Joseph in here as well.
All right, so the reason why I asked that question, right? Because, and I think you probably answered some of it, during this long conversation. But the thing is, like, okay, going back to like, you elevating and you having a woman that you picked up from McDonald's at the time when you was on the McDonald's level, and now you are like on the CEO status of some other company, or maybe CEO of McDonald's, whatever, right? And now you have the expectation of your wife or girlfriend to be on the same page, right? What time frame will you allow her to elevate? Or here's the other thing, right? If you're already elevated, and let's say that person's like just still like going at a slow pace, well, why don't you just get someone else at this point?
Oh,
y'all still answer. Can I answer AR question?
Go ahead, man.
Because he asked a specific question. What else do she have to do? So as a business owner, I might have to go to a 5-course meal. So she got to go there and mingle with the wives. She got to build relationships. It's not the same. It's not the same things It's not the same thing as when I was flipping fries. She have another responsibility because wives open doors when it comes down to business. So the point that I'm telling you, AR, she can't just be washing the clothes and cleaning. Yes, that's her role, but she still got to come to these functions. She got to eat right. She got to be
without your wife. You can't get business deal done. You rely on your wife to mingle with other wives to get a business deal done.
Bro, AR, come on, man. Bro,
No, I mean that's what he's saying.
bro.
Because a woman role in marriage is very simple.
Any successful, like the real talk, the more successful you are, your wife plays a critical role, especially in the corporate world. She plays a huge
So
part
in
of
the
that.
corporate world, she can get business deals done because she's mingling with
absolutely
other
can.
wives that don't work for the corporation.
What do you think first ladies do? The president, they can run for office, but
Who's
they
the president? There's only one president at a time. Who's that?
I'm with you when you're right, AR, but
I'm right. No, I'm right because y'all saying that the woman got to elevate.
My only issue with
this is a black talk.
My only issue with what Charles was saying is, what if this guy's a police officer, and
it's a black talk.
What if this guy's a police officer and then his wife becomes like the CEO or something? Like, what is he to do? You can only advance at a certain pace as a police officer.
I'm glad you asked.
Prepare to get left.
He needs to stay home and raise the kids.
No. I'm glad you asked, Brethren.
I don't want us to miss what E-Man said. What he said was spot on.
All I'm saying is, even in that situation, be realistic with yourself. If this woman outpaces you and she decides to leave you, I'm saying, listen, it might hurt. Oh, it might hurt. But you might be willing. It might serve you well to let that woman go and then become a better version of yourself after her. I'm saying at the end of the day, you can't make a woman stay. That's not going to happen. If a woman decides she wants to go, that's going to happen. But what I can say is you can never. How should I say? You should never stop becoming a better version of yourself constantly because women hate comfortable men. They might act like they love you. Oh, they might rub your belly a little bit, fix you something to eat. Women hate comfortable men. Hate them.
Well, that's because women will never be content. And the problem is like for men, right? The problem is for men, right? We get comfortable once you reach up to like a certain like level that we feel comfortable in. And that's why we got to continue to grow as men. We got to continue to keep working hard, keep continuing to pursue whatever that we need to pursue.
And
overall, women enjoy the ambition from a man. That's why
your focus should never be a woman when you are on your mission. Your focus should never be a woman.
But that's the problem with men, right? Men focus on the wrong things, which that goes back into the topic.
A woman should never be your focus. Women come.
Of course.
Women come as a result of you being on your mission. And the type of women come based on what kind of mission you're on. Now, the thing about it is we look at each other and we think that we are equals as men. We think that we are equals, right? But some of us go to work for 8 hours a day. We go home and we turn the TV on and we flop down until midnight, right? Some of us go to work for 8 hours, go home, work out, and then work on our business and then go to bed at 1 a.m. Who should deserve the better women? Is what I'm saying. We're not the same. So all men are not the same. At the end of the day, men need to be realistic with themselves, right?
We all get that, brother, and that's why I say like even. Wait, hold on, man, hold on. I know you guys want to be talking for a long time, so let me get my little shine on real quick. It's gonna be 1 minute. I promise, Sir Hale. But that's the reason why. But that's the reason why I said even like in the chat, right? That if a man works hard, he deserves to pick the right quality type of women. He don't deserve to like just be still stuck around with low-hanging fruit, and society will keep beating us down or shaming us for having expectations or having standards. I should reword it. Like just like women, they have standards, they have an abundance mindset, and some of them are butt ugly or whatever, and they still have standards. But the thing is, men should also have standards too, especially if you work hard enough to get to the level that you want. I'm not saying work just so you could get the quality type of women, but work for yourself and allow, the universe to bless you with the byproduct of quality women. That's what I'm saying. But never settle for less. If you want to go and graduate and try to pursue your ambition and keep getting more and more and more, that's the same way how you have to treat these type of relationships. That also goes with your friendship circle as well too, though. If they hold you down, you need to make sure that you are surrounded by people that's going to lift you up. Sometimes you may have to get rid of the bad fruit.
All right, so
guys,
AR, based off.
So let's get E-Man, and then we're gonna do final thoughts.
Okay, so
No,
AR,
I take it back. We're gonna do something different. I don't know what. After this, we're gonna get Joseph, and I'm just gonna end it some way. All right, go ahead, E-Man.
All right, so AR, I done seen 3 graphic designers be in a room with equal talent. They all was excellent at their work, but one graphic designer had a wife that built a relationship with the person who made the decision. The wife was doing pillow talk, and they said, "Hey, his wife is cool. You should go with him." And he made a decision to go with him because his wife built that relationship. So I'm not saying that he couldn't have did it himself. No, it's not. It happens in corporate. It happened in the corporate world all the time. I'm in these rooms, bro. I'm telling you, your wife, the difference between you getting a job and not getting a job.
I've never had to depend on my wife that's not in my industry, or even other men that I know, because I'm in corporate rooms as well, and we're having a meeting about a project to get paid, and this guy brings his wife, and it's like, oh wow, his wife, wow, she could communicate effectively, she looks really good, or she doing what you gotta do. You know what? Let's go with her. I guess for some
I think
people
you're missing it. To get those deals, let's take consulting. In the consulting world, it's not about the meeting; it's getting the opportunity to get the meeting. And sometimes when you have wives who are talking, go to a soccer game or go out to eat dinner, that brokers a relationship first, which helps you to actually get the meeting to actually make the deal.
Meetings,
bro. Come on, bro. Like you got multiple being saying the same thing. It's like, come on, like this is why it's important to know who you're married to, because your woman can help you to make money, or she could close doors for you. Your wife absolutely makes a big deal in the business, even in the political world. Your wife makes a difference on how high you'll go in this regard.
Yes.
You go to a business meeting and your wife walks in. Now you worked your way up to this higher echelon of business community, right? Your wife walks in with a miniskirt and smelling like weed. What do you think? They're gonna look at you like you make poor decisions. Your wife is a reflection of your decision making, and if she can't keep pace, brother, it can have an adverse effect. It can also have a positive effect on how you elevate. Now, granted, you are in those rooms making those deals, but at some point you're going to have a business dinner. At some point you're going to be at a gala. At some point you're going to be at a fundraiser. At some point you're going to be, you know what I mean? Like at some point you're going to be at a Chamber of Commerce meeting. At some point somebody's going to see your wife, and I'm like, damn, hold on, his wife is a hussy.
And that's gonna lead the deal to being.
Oh yeah.
But see, that's why I asked. Is it
the woman of that the guy who can make or break that deal? His wife is looking at your wife.
I understand that's a movie, but there's no way in real life a man's gonna strike certain type of deals, because I'm in real estate, due to my wife or due to his wife. We're in business meetings. People don't bring their wives into business meetings.
This guy, you look at events,
and other events.
Tapestry. The level of tapestry will get you banned if this.
I will not continue this dialogue with you based off of the blasphemous remarks.
What meeting? Okay, so what meeting? Okay, so what meeting? What type of meeting we're talking about?
Nope. I quit.
We're sitting at a business meeting,
and we're going to go to
wife
Mr.
comes
Joseph.
in and I get the deal
because of the erroneous remarks you've made. I want to hear from Mr. Joseph. Mr. Joseph, what do you have for us tonight?
How you doing, brother? Can you hear me?
Your microphone messed up too.
Y'all can't hear me?
God, please.
Hello. Can't hear me. Can't hear me.
You know what it is? I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's AR. AR has been wishing the downfall of my channel ever since then. Microphones ain't working.
Hold up, man.
No, like Joseph, it can't make out what you're saying, bro. Yeah, so try to go out and try to come back in.
Type in the back chat. I'll read it out for you.
Yeah, try to go out and come back in.
Child, the buffoonery tonight is ridiculous.
All right, listen, Mr. and Mrs. T-shirt. Listen, I gotta get the resident couple who I deeply respect in here to help redeem this conversation. Mr. and Mrs. C said, "Can you say something that's going to help all of us tonight?"
I got you. This was a whole mess. I have never seen so much over talking, cutting off amongst men. It's deplorable. And for people to use buzzwords like emotional intelligence, yada, yada, boom, boom, I don't believe y'all. From your $100,000 to your $1 million, whatever dollars you got, I probably got about $20. And if I look, it might be 19 if I cashed out or something like that. But I don't think that has anything to do with the respect that conversations deserve. And just what E-Man came in and was talking about, the CEO of McDonald's and the fry cook of McDonald's, do they deserve the same women? I don't think so. But I do think they deserve the same curation. I do think when they go home, they should go home to the same agreeableness, the same pleasantry, the same sugar, spice, and everything nice. And I think that should carry on. Yeah. And if I would have been able to talk tonight, I would have said a lot of other good stuff. But I'm gonna relinquish the rest of my time. I'm gonna say, Sir Hale, next week I will check your menu of who's gonna be on the panel very closely before I accept the invitation. And again, fellas, I just want to say you fellas really need to get a hold of the way you have conversations, because a lot of people watch these streams and the women are going to say these are supposed to be the leaders that we are supposed to acquiesce and allow to lead our households, our communities, our cities, and our country. I see why y'all say y'all simple. Y'all need to stop being simple. Y'all need to chill out, listen a little more, and stop trying to jump in on top of each other like a double dutch game. I love each and every last one of y'all. It's been real. It's been fun. It just hasn't been real fun. I'm going to say good night.
Good night, brother. He said. What about Mrs. She said? You want to say something as well?
I think she blew kisses. I think that's it. Well, guys, I appreciate you. Thank you
All
so
right,
much
good
for
night.
coming. All right, Joseph, let's check your microphone again. And then we're gonna get final thoughts out here.
You said Dusto?
Shit, they did the final dance. They talk so damn much.
Yeah, no. So Joseph, your microphone is just broken up. No, it's broken. Yeah. I'll put you in the back. It's broken. So guys, look at final thoughts tonight. These conversations take lots of turns. And tonight did a lot of turns, but I appreciate everybody sticking in there, at least trying to have the conversation. So let's do final thoughts. Let's start with our podcast, and then we'll work our way back to Sir Charles.
Hey, who's watching a movie in the background?
Everybody pause. Everybody mute. Podcast is on you. Final thoughts, my brother.
That was Kiera.
It was not.
The universe works in mysterious ways, man. And that man, Mr. He said, and I'm paraphrasing, he said, y'all ain't shit. I love y'all, man. Thank y'all for having me. Oh man, look, these be good shows to me. I don't like all that kumbaya for 2 hours. Everybody shake hands, and do-si-do. Like it needs to be a little bit of combativeness, you know what I'm saying? People being able to share differences of opinion. We don't need to mischaracterize each other, but differences of opinion and stuff like that is good.
the cutting off certain people so that other people can make the point because you agree with it. I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? But you know, we're gonna talk about that in the back chat. You know, I hate that y'all not gonna be privy to this conversation that we're about to have in the back chat. My phone died. I got on my other phone just so I can come back because I got smoke, and I'm gonna give it to him. And you know, y'all know where I'm at. If anybody want to come see about me,
Shit, I thought y'all
actually,
gave enough.
matter of fact, let me stop lying. I'm overweight. I'm tired. My knees hurt. My back hurt. I don't want no trouble with nobody. It's your boy Lil Podcast. If Sir Hale still messing with me after tonight, we supposed to be doing a one-on-one Tuesday. He
Oh
probably
yeah, we
gonna
do it, bro.
cancel it though.
Oh no, we Tuesday. You be ready. You be ready for Tuesday.
Okay, so we're gonna do our one-on-one Tuesday. So I want all the women to make sure they tune in for that. I'm planning on dyeing my hair blonde. And so
Damn.
and I'm gonna make sure I know all the words to the latest Chris Brown song. It's your boy Lil Podcast.
This show will be the roaster podcast. So everybody tune in. Tell your neighbors and cousins them.
I'm
there. Have a good time. Kiara, what's your final thoughts?
Shit, I thought they all gave their final thoughts already. As much fucking talk going on tonight.
That's really it.
You're a country as hell, man.
I mean, shit. I'm not. I rebuke who said that. But yeah, the final thoughts tonight has been said. Shit, ain't nothing else said. Almost, I can literally feel the breath from out the damn podcast right now because so much talk was going on and over talking. Ain't nothing to be said. Everything that wanted to be said was said. Shit.
No, let me tell you guys. What you heard tonight was diplomacy. These are men who are intelligent, going back and forth in respectful banter. Mr. M3, what's your perspective on tonight's show? Your final thoughts.
All right. Well, before I even get my
damn.
Well, okay. Before I get my thoughts on this, right? I gotta just say this like to the people in chat, right? First and foremost, Sir Hale, thank you for allowing me to come to your panel, even though it was like a wild jungle in here. But congratulations on your first 11,000 subscribers. So I'm gonna give you a round of applause for that because you definitely deserve it and you worked hard for that. Yeah, other than that, you know, it was good conversations. I mean, it could be better as far as like men practicing emotional intelligence because, like Sir Hale, Mr. He said, you know, as I paraphrase this, you know, there are women that are looking up to us, and so they're watching us as we're speaking. And so, if you want to get the message across, one, talk less than like 2 minutes at least. No more like 20-minute 20-minute dialogues, okay, or monologues, I would just say. And then two, just be respectful, mute yourselves, because obviously tonight was a janky night for the mics. But other than that, it was definitely a good show. And I definitely enjoyed watching guys and being part of the panel for a little bit.
Hey guys, so let me, for everybody who watching this, because like I don't mind people sharing their thoughts about the show and about, you know, it was rough and we didn't like some shows are going to be like this. I need everybody to understand some shows are going to be rough, but unless the majority of the shows are that way, sometimes you got to let it be what it is. And then we get better next week. So don't judge this particular stream too harshly. There was a lot of over talking, but that tends to happen when you got a lot of people with a lot of ideas with a limited amount of time. So I hear what y'all saying, you know, it's too much over talking, but it happens sometimes and we're going to have to be okay with that. All right.
Yeah, I definitely understand that too. Yeah.
Yeah. Dusto's on you. What's your final thoughts, man?
The shame and the dust. Come on, man. Let's be realistic. This ain't no socialism. Everybody get a trophy. No. Like, we can pander. We can lie. Oh yeah, you deserve it, my brother. Oh God, don't send it to you. Yeah. Okay. If you say so. The answer to that is no. Stop lying to people and stop pretending. And also stop shaming success and pretending like it's all them people up there are evil. They're gonna do you wrong. But the skinny girls, where they can't cook, they stop that. Just no. That's all I got. Dust.
Yeah, these are the saddest final remarks I've heard in my entire life. AR, give me something to go off of tonight, all right?
No, absolutely. I think that tonight has proven that we need more light-skinned men.
It was really good having AR on the show tonight. He provided some valuable input to tonight's conversation, and we want to thank him for his contribution tonight. Let's move direct. Hey, let's try to do this again. Let's give you your final thoughts.
Oh shit.
How to reword that? But Sir Hale, no, man, dope stream. I appreciate being on here, and I just think that it's important to have more brighter skin conversations on panels.
This guy.
But you're not even bright.
So. Oh, I'm light skinned. You don't, I got this thing going. I'm light skinned. You don't hear when I talk, the intelligence that come out of my mouth?
Yeah, he light skinned on the inside too. It ain't just on the outside.
Oh yeah, it's all over, man. I dyed my hair. My hair is dark.
Unfortunately. I'm gonna have my mama put you on the prayer list.
You know what's ironic about this? Is Tommy B is up next. He fits the description. This is just not going well tonight. Tommy B, what's your final thoughts on tonight's show?
It was interesting. I don't know.
Red bone.
Yeah, appreciate it. Now, shit, I don't know because we got so far off topic. I don't even know what to say. But appreciate you having me up here, and let's see what we do in the back chat, I guess. I gotta attend to the kids right quick. My bad.
Hey, no problem, man. I appreciate you, man. All right, Sir Charles. It's on you to close the show out tonight. What's your final words tonight?
Well, first and foremost, Sir Hale, congratulations on 11K tonight. I think you hit that. And glad to be here to celebrate with you, brethren. Thank you for having me on the panel tonight once again. I never take that for granted because it's always an honor and a pleasure. That being said, listen, if nothing else, if people don't get nothing else from tonight, please understand that women hate comfortable men. Women hate comfortable men. So if you are comfortable, okay, expect for women to hate you. They probably won't tell you that to your face. All right. But secretly, they're gonna have a disdain for you because you plateaued and you don't want to go any further. And that is in the way. That is in the way of your own health, your wealth, and your relationships. So please understand that my name is Sir Charles the God. I am one half of Mindfully Misunderstood, where I co-host the show with my brethren Cameron, Two Official. Please tune in, like, subscribe. We're doing God's work over there. That being said, hey, you know what? Also, too, I want to thank everyone who was on the panel tonight because we didn't necessarily attack each other. We attacked the talking points or our positions, and I loved it. It was beautiful because nothing was taken personal. Even Hink in the comments, he wouldn't show up and get no smoke. But me and Hink, we butt heads. But I have a great respect for Hink and all the other people. Like I say, we go back and forth, but it's all love, and I appreciate the opportunity tonight. Sir Hale, thank you, sir.
All right, guys. I just called my therapist moments ago because of what has happened tonight. So I got a therapy session directly following this stream. But guys, I want you guys to know something. When conversations get heated, you have to learn to navigate that. And it doesn't mean it's the end of the world. I've seen other cultures, now they don't do it on YouTube, but it's the same thing everywhere because you're trying to figure out, trying to make points. There's a limited amount of time. So I don't want you guys to take what you saw tonight and think that this is a representation of what the conversations are going to be like. Tonight was one of them nights, but it was one of them nights. And I'm hoping that something that was said resonated with you guys. The whole premise of this show is we all need to take accountability for our decisions and relationships. And that if we do a better job of being better people, then it at least gives us a template for choosing better. I hope that you guys got that message. Have a good night, everybody. Until next time, we're going to talk with everybody again very, very soon. Peace. May I have your attention? May I please have your attention? Super Sundays. Yeah, baby. We're back at it again. Let's get it.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Let's get it. What's up, everybody, and welcome to another edition of Sir Hale Speaks Super Sundays. I'm glad that you're here. I wanted to take a moment to tell you guys how much I appreciate you. We've been doing these shows for months now, and you guys have been showing up consistently as we take on and we tackle different challenges and different topics. So I appreciate it. But here's what we're trying to do going forward. We want to grow this audience to people who need to hear content like this. And so we need your help. How can you help us? That's a fantastic question. Be sure to make sure you hit that like button. Be sure to subscribe and make sure you hit that notification bell for all of the content that we have, particularly Super Sundays. All right, guys, sit back, relax, enjoy. Make sure you invite somebody to Sir Hale Speaks Super Sundays. We're getting ready to go in. We're going to have a good time. Happy Sunday, everybody. Let's get to the show.